school?
Everything. The CEA is your entire organization.
I have two other people that are more tier, top tier. I really like her. She was like, I wasn't looking for a job.
All right.
That was after.
Really?
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the February meeting of the Charter School Review Board. I'm going to ask Ms. Parley if she would lead us in the pledge this morning.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Charter School Review Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in the state of North Carolina. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle work of the Review Board. Does any member of the Review Board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. If during the course of the meeting you become aware that an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring a matter to the attention of the chair. It'll be then your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. Hope everyone's doing well, and we're well into 2024 now. Before we get started, a couple housekeeping things today. First, we need to have a motion to approve our agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the February meeting agenda.
I'll second that.
Motion approved and second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any nays? No. We also provided a copy in our meeting notes of the January meeting minutes. We have to approve those minutes as well. May I get a motion to approve the January 2024 meeting minutes?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes from January 2024.
Thank you. Second. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Do want to acknowledge a couple of special, a returning special guest here. Welcome, Mr. Stephen Walker. Mr. Walker has taken on the role of being legal counsel to the Charter School Review Board, so thank you for taking on that important role for us, Mr. Walker.
You're at the end of the table.
I asked him if he wanted to come up to his old seat. He said he didn't want to do that.
I'm good back here in the corner. Yeah, I'm good down here as well.
And with that, I know we have special guest here this morning with us. Ms. Parley, are you introducing, or how we?
Well, I don't want to steal the thunder from their instructor, but these are my firstborn. They are fourth graders from the Wake Forest Charter Academy. They are going to entertain us this morning with a special performance. And we're so happy you could come.
Thank you.
Madam Pierre.
All right. And if you guys could come up towards the mic, that would be great, and so everyone can hear you.
Don't be shy.
Dreaming of summer. There are big waves and little waves, green waves and blue. Waves you can jump over, waves you dive through. Waves that rise up like a great water wall. Waves that flow softly and don't break at all. Waves that can roar, and tiny waves that run at you, running on the shore.
Well done.
Yes, thank you for joining us this morning. Okay, I think we're turning over to Ms. Nowinski. Good morning.
Good morning. I can't promise I'll be as theatrical, but I will try. I have two amendments before you today. We are going to start with Nalanda Academy, and I believe I saw representation, so if you have any questions, they are here to answer them. So Nalanda Academy is a public charter school in Wake County. They're scheduled to open in August of 2024 after a one-year delay. Initially, they plan to open with grades K2, enrolling 100 students per grade level. When fully enrolled, they will be serving K8. The initial plan was to open in the 27560 zip code. They've requested relocation to a newly identified target zip code of 27604. This is more than 5 miles from the original location, but it remains in the Wake County School District. The building previously housed a school and is approximately 24,000 square feet with capacity to serve more than 500 students. Nalanda reports that the building does not need major work except for painting touch-ups and a few areas of carpet change, and there's no anticipated impact to the approved budget in their application. In the executive summary, there is the enrollment projections, and this was decided upon with the board of directors, and they've submitted all required documentation to our office.
Help me understand the towns, you had the zip codes, but where were they, what was the closest town they were going to be at, and where is the new proposed building going to be at?
So there is a map that's projected for you right now that shows the two different areas. If there's a Nalanda representative, somebody wants to come up. One area was closer to Morrisville, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct, it is the Morrisville area. And
Please come to the microphone.
we worked very hard trying to find property. Our only regret is that we should have changed and looked sooner to another zip code, but we were fortunate in finding this particular building, so we're very excited and have been moving rapidly trying to get as much as we can possibly get done to open in August. Because we've already experienced one delay, we certainly don't want to experience another one. But we feel very positive that we'll be able to find the student enrollment in this area, especially since there was already a charter school that had been operating out of the same building.
So you were originally planning to be over near the, kind of the Umstead Airport area?
Yeah,
now it's down
yeah.
to downtown Raleigh?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
What was the school that was operating?
I'm not sure the name of the school is.
It was Torchlight Academy. Good morning.
Torchlight? Is that what you said? Torchlight was the name of the school, and I think it went under for financial mismanagement, something like that, not because of the student enrollment.
So is the plan to purchase the building or rent?
Well, we've been dealing with some investors, and they're in the process of negotiating the price, and now we're just waiting for approval from the board so that they can finalize the deal. And then they will be renting it to the school. And then eventually, there's a buyback that can take place, purchasing the mortgage.
Yeah, it's
Once
one of
we
those
get on our
charter groups.
feet.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to know your name and role.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody
I-
asked that.
Yeah, I should have introduced myself. I'm Jeanette Congdon, and I serve as secretary for the board. And this is Dr. Raj Pallavaran, and he is the chairman, and this is Dr. Banish Singh. He's also on the board. And I think we have 2 or 3 others that are on the Zoom
Yes.
that are also attending.
Yes, my name is Sandeep Agarwal. I'm also attending remotely. And to answer your question, the building is going to be purchased by the charter funding group and ultimately be purchased by Nalanda in the next 3 to 4 years.
So who's the group that's purchasing the building that you're going to rent
Do you have the
from?
name of the group?
Red Hook Capital from West Coast. Red Hook Capital. They've been in the charter funding business for many years. They've done quite a few schools in this North Carolina.
Would you repeat the name of the firm?
Red Hook Capital.
Red Hook Capital.
Red Hook?
Hook, yes, Red Hook Capital.
Thank you.
And I believe they're out of California, is that correct? Yeah.
West Coast.
But they have done other schools here in North Carolina.
understand this board's pretty familiar with the Torchlight and the Torchlight building. Are you confident that you're gonna be able to get a clear title, or they're gonna get a clear title and be able to purchase this? I mean, there's a lot of, indecision, or there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes with this property. You and your legal people are confident that you'll be able to get this building purchased? And
Well,
be able to
we
rent it
haven't-
from this other organization out
Yeah.
of California?
We have not examined the title, but I'm sure before they invest their money in this, that they have examined the title before they would even proceed forward with that.
So you're asking us to approve
Well, they can't,
relocation under, not knowing that's possible?
not absolutely possible, but they are in the negotiating phase, and it looks very positive that they will reach a deal. And I'm sure that they've already looked into that as well, because I know they've been checking other things, such as the traffic situation that needs to conform to the guidelines. Okay.
Just a couple of facts on that. In fact, that building was vacant for almost quite a few years after it closed. It's about like nearly 2 years. It's actually, everything got cleared, it's been purchased by a third party. Now it is not held by any more. It's with an individual investor. So all that things are cleared now. So he is renting it or he wants to sell it. So we are buying it from the individual. All those things are really cleared by that. And we don't have any issues as of now. Of course, the funding, charter funding company, the agency is looking into all that. So we don't see anything so far. We don't have any disclosures on that part as well as any legalities are concerned. And we are pretty confident we're going to get a clear title on that.
And this change, how is that gonna affect the demographics that you were targeting at your previous location to this
Well,
location?
we have looked into that to figure out how many more miles that would take and the time involved. And one of the things that we've looked at is that we should still be able to bring in students that we had targeted before in the Morrisville area. Because if you look at the charter schools in Raleigh, people are traveling, bringing their children to those schools every day. So we think that that will be a positive, and that we should also be able to draw from the area, since the school had already been in existence and they had a sufficient student enrollment. So I think we can draw from both, actually.
Are you still, help me understand the timeline, you were supposed to open, your original charter was to open last August 24.
Correct.
You got a year delay, so are you anticipating to open this fall?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we've engaged a couple people already to try to assist us in getting everything ready. We've got Dr. Swenson, who is a very knowledgeable and familiar with the charter school system, and she is helping on an administrative level. And then we have Amy Dave Patel, who was involved with another charter school with Kaleidoscope, and she's been assisting with the marketing and the student enrollment. So she's working on that as far as doing the marketing and social media.
How many applications do you have right now for the fall?
Well, we are just now putting that up onto the website, the form for the application for student enrollment. It's kind of hard to advertise something before it's in existence, so the first thing that we need is the approval from the board to be able to go forward with everything else that we need to do, and we're ready to move forward.
Mr. Quigley?
Yeah, and may I add something here? This is Sandeep again. We have talked to those parents we were targeting before in the area originally planned for, and in their conversations, Dr. Raj and other board members, the parents are willing to drive, because parents are driving in the Wake County anyway to take their school, child to a school of choice they want them to go. So we don't see a concern in terms of enrollment as far as change of location is concerned. We are very confident right now from how things look like and should be good to go.
Mr. Quigley, you had a question?
Kaleidoscope didn't open, right?
Correct.
Just want to clarify. That's not.
Yes, it did not open because of the availability of real estate. But what I understand from Ms. Dave is that they were able to secure enough enrollment interest from the parents to open. It just the property did not allow them to open. So She has experience in doing all the work of marketing, reaching out to parents, daycare centers and all that. She's already initiating that, and we're getting very promising assurances from these people so far.
Sandeep, it makes me very encouraged that you're on this board. 100% know you, know the quality of your work. I just want to clarify the board. Kaleidoscope didn't get a charter not just because of the facility. There were a lot of issues in that application. I'm not saying this person is incapable, because if you go through that process, you learn a ton. And if Sandeep is driving some of this, I feel really comfortable with that. But so.
Are you saying that the Kaleidoscope did not get the charter?
No,
But their application was approved, right?
no.
Well, the application, but they ended up either relinquishing or not being able to.
Correct, correct. What I'm told is because of the real estate issue, they did not, you're right, that's what my understanding is. But
Okay.
they were approved and they worked, so Miss Amy Dave, who is now working with us, her role is more on the marketing side, website, social media, reaching out to parents, things of that nature. And I think so far, the board feels very good about what she's doing at this time.
Okay, that's my confusion. I think they were denied their first time, maybe they got approved the second time.
And,
Sorry about that.
No problem, thank you.
and this is Ashley Becerra with the Office of Charter Schools. Sandeep and I have talked, and I've spoken with some of you also, just in terms of we've been very clear that there will be a lot of hurdles just between now, the timeline that they face, and opening in the fall. But we also recognize as the office that they would need to get this relocation to have a chance of opening in the fall. And, you know, Sandeep, you and I have spoken transparently just about the RTO requirements and what will need to take place between now and the fall to make sure you guys are in a really strong position to open.
Thank you.
That was gonna be my question to the office as we're here today in early February. Other than not having the facility nailed down, how has the participation been in RTO? Are they, as a board, are they moving along appropriately?
There has not been full participation in RTO, and I believe there was some beliefs that they would be delaying, which usually if a school's going to delay, they're not attending the RTO, which is why Sandeep and I have spoken about the fact that they will have a lot of makeup, so to speak, to do and submissions to provide. And I've also been very clear that I do appreciate that you have a consultant working with you, and I understand schools do that. But it is very important that the entire board understands what is due for RTO as opposed to a consultant doing it for you, because you will be the ones operating, you know, and holding the charter.
Yeah, I just want to bring some clarity here. I appreciate this question. So when the CSRB met last month, actually just a couple of days before that, we were filing for extension for another year, second year. And it so happened that Dr. Raj came across this property through the realtor, and we just had to quickly withdraw that request all of a sudden. And that's why we were not fulfilling the RTO requirements, because we were going into the second year anyway. From the time we decided to go for a zip code change, we have taken care of about 90% items in the RTO already, and they have been submitted to Dr. Norins at OCS. So we are moving along, and we clearly understand that the process of doing this is board responsibility, and our board has met about 4 to 5 times already in the previous month to take care of these things. Even though one of the consultants is helping us, the board is keeping an eye on everything personally, and I'm aware that it is board responsibility. We cannot let this go on to somebody else, so we are very clear about that. We are making a good effort at this time. Hopefully the property comes through, everything comes through, and we'll do the best we can to up and, you know, make the school happen in August this year.
Any other questions from CSRB members? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll move that we approve the request to relocate to allow relocation to the 27604 zip code.
I'll second.
motion to allow and second. Any discussion?
Is the motion to this specific Torchlight building, or is it to any other location they may identify in that zip?
Yeah, I think the amendment is a zip code.
Yeah,
It's a more than 5-mile amendment into a different zip code. That's what the request is.
But the executive summary does specifically list the Torchlight building. Or it doesn't list it by name, but it references it.
Well, and they've had a great deal of difficulty finding a site at 27560 zip code, so I would hate to, if this doesn't go through, I'd hate to constrain them to have to keep looking where they're not having success.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're faced with is to not approve this is pretty much the death knell to the application. But I will say this makes me very uncomfortable. You're planning to open the school in August. You don't even know where it's at yet. You haven't started enrollment. I'm hearing that the full board isn't participating in RTO.
And what is the rationale for K2? Why are you opening with just K2?
I'm
What's the
sorry.
rationale?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What is the rationale?
It's K3.
It's K3, I think.
You changed it from K2 to K3?
Yeah.
What about the same difference?
196 at K3.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify, we did not participate in the RTO because we were going for a second extension, but from the time we know we are going for a zip code, we have done 90% items pending already. So we just have one item left right now, which we are working on. It should be done by today or tomorrow. So we are very much in the process. It just, the fact was we were not even going to open till about last month. So just a point of clarity.
We understand, I think, the reason for the delay and for your hesitation to enter into RTO. However, just some things just can't be accelerated. The marketing efforts and bringing in families and getting folks enrolled will need time.
All the schools that presumably these students and parents would choose from your school to their school are making those decisions right now. So that's why I'm very uncomfortable about. I'm going to support it because
Yes.
this is our discussion, please.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to support it because not supporting it is cutting it off at the knees right now. But there's a lot of work to be done between now and August. Any other discussion?
Well, I guess one other question. After this attempt with this building, could they possibly file for a delay again? That could happen.
Any further, they've had one delay, so if they were to delay a second time, it would come to you for approval. So you would need to hear that request. And just as a reminder, we will be giving, starting next month, we'll be giving monthly updates on all of the RTO schools in terms of where they're at with marketing, facility, all of those things.
I don't know how much stock to put in what I'm about to say, but I can't help but think about it is the connotation of the building that they're looking to go into. There's a lot of marketing just to go into changing the brand for that building, you know, and what it represents. So I think it's just, there's a lot just beyond outside the lottery itself, you know, and trying to get it filled up.
Do you plan to make any remodeling for the outside, like changing the paint, giving it a different look physically?
That may be something to consider. We haven't discussed that yet. We basically examined the inside to see if it met the requirements of opening the school, and it was very positive that this thing is pretty much school-ready, other than some cosmetics. But yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
Any other discussion?
I have the same reservations you do, Mr. Friend, but if we did not approve it, the school wasn't gonna open. And, Dr. Sandeep is on your board, gives you a ton of credibility, and but you've got a lot of work to do between now and actually, when do they have to have 75% of their enrollment?
That's, usually takes place, I believe, June or July, when you guys make the final. June? Okay. When you, well, previously it was June because State Board was making the final decision in July, so that could be up for discussion. But yes, it has to be up in the summer. before that's approved.
You know, they don't have that number, there's a chance that you would not be approved, so
Right.
marketing is extremely.
It's very important, yes.
It feels like if they were already approved, and we feel that there's no issues with regarding the distance or zip code change, that the process will take care of itself then of whether or not they're ready for the fall. So,
And that
I
number,
support the motion.
I'm sorry, yeah, that number means they'd have to have 147 enrolled in the next 4 months.
All right, can we do roll, Ashley, wanna do roll call vote?
Sure, okay. Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Todd Godby, Alex Quigley.
Aye.
All right, it has been approved.
Hey, Ashley, this is Shelley. I'm on.
Oh, hey, Shelley, Shelley Show.
Aye, thank you.
So it has been approved. You need to be working very closely with Dr. Lawrence and the RTO team to make sure that you are caught up with RTO things as soon as possible. And any of the presentations and meetings that were missed, we can provide you that information so that
Okay.
you guys can work as a board to get caught up.
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next amendment that we have is Invest Collegiate Imagine's request to amend their mission statement. IC Imagine is a public charter school in Buncombe County, currently serving approximately 1,200 students in grades K-12, and they've been in operation since 2014. I do see people online. If you have questions for them, they are available. The Board of Directors wanted to change the mission statement to reflect the current state and direction of their school. In 2017, IC Imagine decided to separate from a model that would have served 6 sister schools. Since that time, they've worked really hard to establish themselves as a unique school serving the Western North Carolina community. As a result, the Board of Directors and school leadership have determined it was time to reimagine their vision and mission. The original charter mission statement was, at IC Imagine, we nurture, we value, we engage, we sustain, and we transform as we champion opportunities in leadership and learning, embracing greatness, inspiring achievement within a telescopic environment. The new mission statement is IC Imagine's mission is to champion an inclusive environment for academic excellence, strong relationships, physical and mental well-being, creativity, and exploration. IC Imagine graduates are engaged citizens prepared to succeed in college, career, and life. They did receive input from all stakeholders, school leadership, and the board, and all documents have been submitted to our office as required.
Thank you. Anyone have questions about this request for change of mission statement?
I'll make a motion to accept IC Imagine's new mission statement as presented.
I second that.
All right, a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, Ashley, roll call vote.
Eric Sanchez? Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. I thought you were gonna do a full one. Eric Sanchez?
Aye.
Did Bart leave? Okay.
He had to say.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Alex Quigley,
Aye.
and Shelley Show.
Aye.
All right.
Very good. Thank you. I think we're moving on to update on school improvement. Ms. Linsky.
Okay, so today we also have an update for you on school improvement and what we've been doing in the Office of Charter Schools. Would like to review statute with you related to what determines a low-performing school, specifically charter schools. So a low-performing school is one that has received a performance grade of D or F and has met expected growth or not met expected growth. And then additionally, there is continually low-performing charter schools, and those are schools who have been designated as low-performing for 2 of 3 consecutive years. In our office, we do have a goal of reducing the number of low-performing charter schools by at least 10% each year. The current data that we're pulling from is from 22-23. We have a total of 62 out of 211 charter schools that are designated as LP or CLP at this point, which is about 30%. 6 of the schools on that list are have a CLP status without the low-performing designation. So, and I want to remind you that in the 3 years that we're looking at is 18-19, 21-22, and 22-23, because they didn't have the school report card grade during COVID. And so these schools seem to be moving in the right direction, even though they're CLP status, they do not have an LP designation. We also have 7 charter schools who have the low-performing designation, but not the continually low-performing status at this point. So where are these 62 schools? Here you'll see a map of where the schools are located across the state of North Carolina. The ones in red, which obviously are the majority, are schools that are on the CLP and LP list. We have a few schools that are in yellow, and those schools are listed on the CLP list, but they are not LP for 22-23. And the schools in green are low performing, but they are not on the continuously low performing list. So what are we doing about it? In July, Ms. Beccaro restructured our office into some teams and added a school improvement workflow. The school improvement team workflow consists of myself, Jenna Cook, Megan Carter, and Dr. Brandy Gill. At that time, we came together to discuss, what do we want this to look like? This is a new workflow for our office. What do we want these site visits to look like when we visit schools? And decided to do some research and come back together in August, where we had a full day work session to create forms and documents, processes, procedures for when we went to these schools to visit and see if we could assess what is going on for them. Our focus was definitely on aligning across our department. We wanted to develop some common understanding and common language around what these site visits would entail, how they would look, how they would sound. We pulled from numerous research-based resources, including those in NCDPI. The Integrated Academic and Behavior Systems Department in NCDPI has been providing a significant amount of support to some of the schools on this list, so I would be remiss if I didn't mention them this morning. We also looked at instructional rubrics that some of us have used at schools that we've worked at before, looked at resources from the New Teacher Project, from the Massachusetts Department of Education protocols, Marzano's work, John Hattie's work, several sources, so that we would have some common language and common understanding with some research-based practices. And then in September, we decided we would prioritize the stipulation schools, and we visited those schools first. After those visits, we came back together as a team because we wanted to collaborate and determine the forms and processes and procedures that we discussed and put into place. How did they work in practice? When we actually executed the system, how did it go? And then we made some tweaks and revisions to better meet our needs and the school's needs that we were visiting. In October, we used an internal process. Obviously, 62 schools is a lot of schools to visit, and we unfortunately don't have the manpower to go out and visit all of the schools. So we used an internal process really revolving around the renewal site visit schedule. How long have they been on the CLP list? Do they have a level of support already in place? For example, the IABS department and NCDPI is supporting a lot of the schools. Do they have an EMO or CMO behind them that also has a team supporting the schools? So we used an internal process to bring the number down to 18 schools. And then in the month of November and December, we finished our site visits. And we continued to revise the site visit protocols in preparation for the renewal cycle, which we are in right now. So a glimpse into the process. Prior to visiting these schools, we did send an email to those school leaders asking for specific information from the school, and then also gave them some pre-visit reflection questions. We really wanted to make it our goal to go into the school to enhance and support what was already happening. What are some of the things that when we go into classrooms that you've been working on already that you hope that we do see, so that we can give you feedback directly aligned to what it is that you say that you're working on already. So this is an internal document. It's not the whole document, it's just a little snippet. But this is the classroom observation guide that we use when we go into classrooms. You'll notice that not only do we talk about something as broad as instructional practices based on high expectations for all students, but when we go into those classrooms, what are the behaviors? What are the things that we should see in action that would support that category? So again, wanting to make sure that we were developing that common language and common understanding across the department on what effective instructional practices mean and look like in action. We also did what I call calibration. So when we first started these visits, we had 2 consultants go into classrooms together. And then we had discussions afterwards to talk about what did we see, what feedback would we give to that school leader, are we aligned in what we're looking at and looking for? And after we felt like we were calibrated using these forms, we then split up and we would go into classrooms on our own, especially in a K-12 school. That's a lot of classrooms that we wanted to visit. So, but we wanted to make sure we were calibrated first and that we were all aligned as a team. And then following the classroom visits, we would ask the school leader and the academic leadership team. We would come together and talk about what we observed. This is again just a snapshot. There were, Ashley, go back one, I think, to the following the classroom visits. Yep, right there. So based on those classroom visits, and if we had any conversations with teachers or students or whatever, we would focus on 3 different areas: professional development, observation and feedback, curriculum instruction, data-informed practices. And if we had any follow-up questions from leaders, we would look to this reflection question list so that we could have some conversations with those school leaders. And then we would come back to the office and formulate a feedback form. The feedback form, some of the basics were things that we developed beforehand, like the school description, school characteristics. We wanted to have a good sense of the school before we went to go visit. We also talked about purpose and methodology. What's the purpose of our visit? How long were we there? Did we meet with focus groups or not? Did we review any documents, things of that nature? We did also provide a good bit of academic achievement data for them. School performance grade and growth. We did include the GLP comparability, although it wasn't a renewal visit. We thought it would be a good idea that to show them, if this was a renewal visit, how are you looking right now for GLP comparability? We also talked about the areas of strength and recommended areas of growth, any required actions that came up, and suggested resource that we talked about. And we also made it our goal that when they received this feedback, it would be reflective of the collaborative conversation we had with them, so there wouldn't be any surprises when they saw this information. So again, since we are kind of building the plane as we fly it, we wanted to get a sense of, was the visit helpful? So we sent out a survey to all of the schools. We have 18 schools that we went to see, and 12 of them responded. So I know it's a small sample size, but I think 12 12 responses out of 18 is pretty solid. Wanted to know, was the communication leading up to the visit helpful for you? Was your overall experience with the site visit helpful? And overwhelmingly, as you can see, they did find it helpful. We wanted to make sure that we had a good understanding of, was this worth not just our time, but was it worth their time? Because they're taking time out of their day to work with us, and we want it to be as helpful as possible. Did the feedback provided by OCS, did it lead the school to consider any different ideas? Or did it lead them to execute some school goals in a way that they hadn't previously considered? And a majority of them, as you can see, felt like that did occur. Again, was the feedback helpful in meeting the school-wide goals and objectives, because we wanted to be aligned with that? And a majority did feel that the feedback was exceptionally helpful or very helpful, or somewhat helpful. This one was pretty exciting for us. Was the feedback, how quickly was the feedback put into practice? As you all know, it's one thing to give feedback, it's another for it to actually be implemented and put into practice. And so we were excited to see that a majority of the schools put the feedback into practice within a week or within a month of our visit. And some are planning to implement for next school year. We also wanted to know, okay, you found this feedback helpful, but what specifically was discussed that you found helpful? And so they were able to give us some comments related to that. So for example, the PLCs, professional learning communities, at one school, we collaborated about that and how it could look with a small staff. They felt like it was aligned, again, with their goals. One comment said that what OCS contributed and what a school improvement team from somewhere else in NCDPI had contributed were aligned, and they had made some similar observations. So we found that to be good news as well, that we're aligned not only within OCS, but within the larger department. And then what suggestions or feedback did they have for our team, so that we know what to do more of differently or better as we continue this process? Some of the suggestions were providing some exemplar models from other schools with similar demographics. That came up a few times. Developing a network of CLP schools that are making improvements so that they can collaborate with each other. And it was mentioned several times that they wanted us to come back to see how they had implemented the feedback, or just to provide some more information and support. So that was promising as well. And they appreciated the opportunity to give feedback to our office so we could continue to have that two-way conversation. And that's a short synopsis of what's happening with the school improvement workflow. If you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain.
I do
That
have a
was
question.
thoroughly done. I
Thank
like
you.
that it flowed and you covered all your bases.
We tried.
It was well done.
We have a great team,
Yes, you
that's
did.
for sure.
Nikki, how, the 18 schools are all CLP schools?
Yes.
And are there more, how did the numbers land? You have another group of CLP?
So we do have another group of CLP that we'll probably have to consider for fall visits. Right now, we're knee-deep in renewal visits. And so a lot of the renewal, so for the CLP visits, we really looked at the renewal schedule. So for example, we have CLP schools that are on the list that we went to last spring because they were in the renewal process. So we had recently visited that school. They presented for you all in the fall. And so we felt like we didn't need to visit them again in the fall, we just saw them. Or we have CLP schools that are part of the renewal process right now. So we knew we were going to visit them in the spring, so we took them off the list for the fall visit. So we kind of tailored some of those decisions to the renewal cycle.
So that narrowed it down. These are the 18 CLPs that weren't being visited either way in the spring or for renewal?
Either way, or we're also had maybe a longer history of being on the CLP list for a longer period of time. So that was also taken into consideration.
Do the 6 that are CLP but not currently LP, were they in this group of 18 or were they?
They were not. They were not.
That makes sense too.
Yep, we
Okay.
felt like they were headed in the right direction, at least right now. Obviously, we're going to keep track of these schools. That would be, sometimes in schools, we call it the bubble schools. So we'll keep an eye on them, but hopefully they will continue that track, and we can support them in a different way.
Well, I know the whole team worked on this, but the questions that, for the school leader to reflect before the visit, and then that follow-up, those are just excellent probing questions that really put your finger on the pulse of improvement. And they don't come from a deficit, from that perspective. They were very positively framed, so I think that's a great way to position this.
Well, thank you.
What were the grade levels of the 18 schools?
They ranged from, several of them were K-8, a few of them were K-12, but mostly K-5, if my team can verify that for me. But we had a couple of K-12, but mostly K-5.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
Other questions, comments? Thank you so much. This is very thorough. I know
Thank you.
There's been some, questions about the thoroughness that the office goes through when, on these site visits. And so this is really good to hear, for everyone to hear.
Well, the next on the agenda are school presentations. We did invite some of the CLP schools that we visited to come present to you. I would like to offer, would you like to take a break before we get into those 6 schools? They are stipulation schools today, this morning, that we'll be presenting for you. So would you like to do that now or wait?
What's the pleasure of the board? You want to take a break now, or you want to do one and then break?
A quick break.
All right, we'll do a quick break. It's 9:46. Let's get back at 9:55.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back, and Ms. Dewinsky, back over to you, please.
Okay. So now we're going to head into our school presentations. These are continuously low-performing schools that, again, prior to COVID, apparently this was a process that CSAB heard from some of these schools, and so we're reestablishing that practice. Again, kind of going back to the internal process to minimize the number of presentations that you all heard. We went from 62 CLP schools down to 19 that we used an internal process to decide who was going to come and present to you during the month of February and March. So in February, right now, you're going to hear from stipulation schools, and then 5 more schools tomorrow. In March, you will hear from 8 schools. They were provided guidance. The stipulation schools were told that they would receive 20 minutes for presentation, and then 5 to 10 minutes for you all to ask questions. They were given 8 slides, and we suggested that they use this format of academic data and trends. How are they moving towards success, and what is some current progress that they're having, whether it's middle of the year benchmark data, or how do they know they're moving in the right direction. And then for the stipulation schools, making sure that they give you an update on the stipulations that have been given to them. And then the other schools were told that they would have 15 minutes to present with about 5 minutes for you all to ask questions, 6 slides, same format, just without the stipulations. So today you will hear from Apprentice Academy High School, Monroe Charter, Next Generation, Rocky Mount, Zecca, and Paul R. Brown. Tomorrow you will hear from ALA Charlotte, Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington, Gates City, Summit Creek, and Valor Prep. And then in March, you will hear from Davidson Charter, Girls Leadership Academy of Wilmington, Pioneer Springs, Success Institute, Experiential School of Greensboro, Institute for Development of Young Leaders, Veritas, and KIPP Charlotte. So I would like to call up the first school for today, and that would be Apprentice Academy High School.
I also want to note that we printed out for each of you a packet that has just a kind of summary sheet of the stipulation requirements in case you wanted that as a reference, and the actual stipulations, as we're often asked for those, so you can take notes if you need to during these.
And good morning, and we do have a lot of schools that to hear from today and tomorrow, so we're going to be very strict on that time slot, so we'll open with, you have 20 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Barry Ross. I'm the principal and founder of Apprentice Academy.
I'm Sharon Ross. I'm the vice chair.
I am Jim Warner, and I am the secretary.
Okay, and as our slides say, this morning we're going to summarize, we're going to talk about our historical academic trends, you know, hopefully where we're moving towards success, and then what our current progress. So, our first set of slides is where we have been over the past 3 years. We know proficiency-wise, it's clearly not where we want to be, but there is some positive. We have areas where we have growth, and clearly areas where we need to continue to move. Okay? And I'd like to just point out on that slide, just, you know, last year was our first year with 8th graders, and in the midst of the red, we can say at least right off the bat, we started with growth with our young 8th graders for the first time having middle school. And then some of the trends that we've seen over the past 3 years down by subgroups, and what's unusual about this is that as you look, although there's a lot of we are a small school, so there's a lot of gray where we just have insufficient data. But a lot of where our growth exists, it actually really exists with our subgroups, which we might all agree is doesn't always happen. You know, clearly the areas we need to continue to move forward with are actually our white students, but our subgroups, you know, we've grown them and we want to continue to grow them, and we want to get to the point where we are at exceeding growth rather than just meeting. And the colors we came up with try to mirror EVOS as close as it can. So you can see the we have several areas of dark green and light green. We need to get to that blue, which we know is, which is the exceeding growth. Okay. Okay, our next slide is really, you know, the past is the past, so what are we going to do? What are we trying to do to move forward towards success? So our school improvement goal is, you know, we are very tired, all of us are very tired of being a B, excuse me, a D, and our goal is by 2025 to get to a B. It's, you know, that's a big stretch from D to B, but if we can make C this year, a C to a B is a lot closer than a D to a B. And then the school improvement team came up with we decided on a 75% proficiency rate by 2025. The number 75% in and of itself can sound very daunting, you know, especially if you're in the teens, 20s, and 30s. But in reality, 70 to 75 is really only a C. But it sounds worse when you put it in a percentage grade. So school improvement team and the board, we given where we were and where we want to go, we might want to reconsider that number and maybe change the language, because by recent conversations with some of my staff, that number is quite intimidating to them. So but we know we need to move there. So what are some of the action steps that we've taken? The biggest thing, at least in my opinion, as a school leader, is our initiating weekly data meetings. You know, as we talked about earlier in the year when some of the trainings we had to take part in. One of the trainings I'm in is with Alex and Alex Quigley in his training, and that is really all about data. And for my staff to get good at data, their leader needs to get good at data and understand that. I've never really been a math guy, but you know, when it comes to this, you don't have to be a math guy. You just have to understand the data, interpret it, and then do something with it. And as I continue to get better with it, and my assistant principal continues to get better with it, I can assure you my staff will. And again, we have our data meetings scheduled already throughout the whole year. So I meet with my EOC and AOG teachers weekly to go over their data, and then and my non-EOC and EOG teachers, I meet with them every other week, because we can't lose sight of the non-testing areas, because those areas are just important, and everybody has to contribute to us moving forward. The burden should not, at least in our schools, should not and does not fall solely on the shoulders of the EOC and EOG teachers. We can't do that. And as part of that is my assistant principal and I, we get in there and we do the idea is to do weekly observations, followed up by the data meetings. But again, what we've learned is in the research, again, some of the materials we use with Alex, really the research shows that what's more important than being in the classroom is having those data meetings, because you can only see so much in the classroom in a short period of time, but that data tells us what we need to do and how to move forward. Some additional movement towards success. We've, you know, the hiring, with the hiring process, we've done our best to hire more experienced teachers. And what I've learned the most, which hurts a lot, is there's a trend out there for virtual learning, third-party organizations, because, you know, there's a severe shortage of teachers. And sometimes you hire them because you can't get a human being, so you try to get a live human being virtually, but unfortunately the connection is not always there. And some of the biology scores you looked at last year, and I'm not going to give the name of the company, but we used a company that you know, they provide a teacher virtually live 5 days a week, but unfortunately the results aren't always there as promised. So really our goal going forward is, to the utmost as possible, is to have real live teachers in the classroom, no matter how desperate it may seem to try and find them. But it's we have to find it because it doesn't work. And then the last one there is, like I said, we are serving our, like to think our subgroups. We're moving them forward. We want to continue to do that, and we need to continue to work, move our general white population forward as well. And, so what is our current progress and current data? What is that telling us? So on this slide that you're looking at, we had last year's, last year's EOC scores, and also we had two, and we took two EOC scores in the fall. We had our math, we took our English 2 and biology, and I want to bring your attention to actually biology, because we have a new biology teacher this year, and she is brand new to teaching. However, she is a true scientist, so she single-handedly, you can see, more than doubled our previous biology scores, because she thinks like a scientist. She approaches everything with the scientific method, and we are making a lot of progress in the area of biology. Why our English scores have gone down, that's something as I have my meetings with my English 2 teacher, we have to figure out, because as you can see, going from 54 to 42, but it is something we're working on. That was an area of strength for us with in English. So, but there's many reasons why trends go in one direction or the other. But we are working on that. We just had a recent NC1 check-in, and just one of the things we've learned since last year is that for my students, for my school, having semester-long EOC courses in math does not work. My students, for whatever reason it is, many reasons, we cannot get Math 1 done in one semester. So we have created, our Math 1, Math 2, and Math 3 are year-long courses, which we're hopeful that we will show results in May. Of course, at the high school level, it could be problematic when you because when you take a course that's designed to be a semester, and the amount of credits a student has to get, people get concerned, parents get concerned, well, is my child going to be behind? Because, if you take a year-long math, something else gives, but we feel it's something that we need to do, because semester courses has not worked in the past. And again, if we continue to do the same thing, we're going to get the same results, and we don't want to do that. So that's why we are now at the year-long courses for all 3 high school level math classes. You well know, in middle school, they're year-long anyway. So all of our students in math, 7 through 11, are in year-long. The only exception to that is Math 4, because we are looking to, we do have any number of students who look to graduate early, and we're able to get them through Math 4, since they're not there for a full schedule, so we can give them a lot intensive work to get them through Math 4. So again, for the summary of that, what is our learning targets? Like I said, it is to continue to grow and move growth, and what we talked about, not only with the school but with the board, is and with my conversations with my teachers recently, is we want to get away from my God, we have to get a B by a certain date, versus let us focus on growth and have a growth mindset, because if we can get to the point where we're exceeding growth, everything else will come. So, and with growth, you get those little bit of wins that show people they can get things done, and we are trying, we want to shift our students' thinking and our teachers' thinking to, yes, I could be successful, I can get this math done, this English done, and we do that by having a growth mindset, and let the proficiency grade follow. Okay, current progress with the professional development. I won't talk about the board part, I'll talk about my part. So as I mentioned before, from school leadership, we're in several things. We have the monthly trainings that is provided through OCS through Alex Quigley. We also, my staff has also been through AVID training, and I should say one of the things when Ashley and some of our other consultants came to visit, there was a question about, well, if your students aren't taking notes, is the rigor there? Because, you know, if they don't have the skills to get that done, how are they going to actually grow? So I could say, you know, and Ashley was absolutely right. So if you've ever worked with AVID before, you know, one of the biggest things with AVID is note-taking, learning how to take notes. So our students are getting better at it. And in fact, my AVID teacher, I encouraged him to reach out to his core colleagues to make sure that the ninth grade students he's working with are taking notes in class and having them provide him with work that he needs to be working on, and so that seems to be, I'm going to say it's working, but that is what we're doing right now. So we're sticking to what we said we would do in the original stipulation training. Although it's, you know, and Dr. Lisa Swinson, she was the other consultant mentioned during the stipulation briefing that we'd hired, and she's been working with us since August. And as I mentioned to Ashley, when she came to visit us, and I did not tell her what Dr. Swinson had observed, because, you know, anyone who comes and observes, they need to make their own observations. We talk about it later, and I mentioned it, and after sitting down with Ashley, I mentioned it, you know, by the way, what you're discussing is what Dr. Swinson observed as well. So we knew, we knew we were on the right track there, and we continue to work on progress with there. I don't know if there's anything we want to say about what the board is doing with training, or?
We're working on it.
Yes, just as, I'm sorry.
Well, we're at time.
We got 5 minutes. Yeah,
Okay.
2 minutes, okay.
So-
Okay. So the board is also working, as they said they would, with their training. So, I just want to quickly go down to compliance and financial updates. We have we don't have any compliance or financial concerns, as indicated by our 3 or 4 previous audits. I'm quickly going through this. The next page is our lottery registration. So this year we had around 235 students. We're projecting the same for next year. And I want to end on some positive notes with our wins in momentum. Like I said, we've initiated the data-informed instruction, and we will continue to do that, and we believe that's going to work. You know, given the mission of our school, we're a trade school, so I've had 28 students earn their SurfSafe certificate since last year. You know, you can't have high school really without some sporting teams. Believe it or not, in 5 years, our basketball team won its first 2 games in 2 years. And from inexperienced from coaches who's never coached before versus experienced coaches who didn't get the wins. But really, we're excited about it. We have this. When I printed this data, we had 3 wrestlers going to regionals where we are, but now it's up to 6. So, and then and on the recreation side, one of my middle school wrestlers got a silver medal for the state in wrestling. So we're really excited about that. And of course, I'll just end on the big thing is, you know, next year we move to our new home, so we signed a 5-year lease with an option for 3 additional 5-year leases, and there's even a possibility after a few years that the church may sell us the part of the land that we're using. So that concludes my part.
Thank you so much. This is our time for questions. We have up to 10 minutes if you need. I'll start with just some of the basic, hopefully basic questions that were tied to the stipulation.
Yes.
You're required for all board members and your leadership team to participate in 5 leadership trainings. How many of those have been accomplished thus far this year?
We have completed 1, and we are in process on self-paced learning for a second one.
And everyone's participated that is supposed to?
Correct.
Okay. And then what about the teacher trainings? How many of the teacher trainings that all staff have participated in?
The formal teacher trainings, they were conducted actually before we had a stipulation meeting, the PLC training. They did that all this summer through June and July. And now we get our visits from Dr. Swinson, our consultant, And then we also work with Schools That Lead, that also work with my staff continually.
Dr. Ross,
Yes.
wasn't your school recognized a couple of years ago by the North Carolina Association?
Yes, we were, for being the most innovative charter school with our, with the, you know, with, and I didn't talk about the really good stuff we're doing, but yes, with all the CTE items that we're doing, so we were recognized for that. That's correct.
Great. Are your students somehow graded on those pathways as they choose a career? How do they get assessed or feedback in that area?
Good. I wouldn't say they're assessed, so the way our school model works is grades 7 through 9. They're what we call our career exploration courses, where students are exposed to as many of the career fields that we can. On the slide, I didn't really go over it, but on one of my slides I talked about we have two specific labs. We have a career exploration lab, and then we have an actual healthcare occupation lab, and those are both hands-on learning type labs. And to my knowledge, at least in my part of the state, we are the only school that has those kind of labs. We purchased those through a company called Paxton Patterson. You may have heard of them. So the career exploration lab, the students go through a rotation basis to be exposed to different occupations. And then with the healthcare lab, it's specifically geared towards healthcare occupations. And this year, fortunately, we were actually able to find a nurse who wanted to leave nursing and come into teaching. So it's really exciting because we actually have a real live health professional to teach those courses. And then when they get to the 10th grade, that's when we require them to pick a career pathway. So we get that done by the spring of their 10th grade, so that we use a combination. We do on-site career instruction, and we also use community college for, the Career and College Promise. So, but if you want a course in the fall, the students have to be registered in the spring for the fall year, so we make sure to do that. And then 11th and 12th grade, that's when they're actually doing their work-based learning, and so they're working on their career courses. And then by the time they finish their senior year, they have to complete either an apprenticeship or an internship, depending on what career field they pick. And right now, our most popular career field, you might imagine, is automotive is number one, and there's at least, well, it's not just Charlotte, everywhere. There's a huge need for automotive technicians, and that's our biggest thing. And right now, we're trying to find ways to get grants for electrical vehicles, because that's their future. So those are some of the things we're working on.
What year did the school open?
The school opened for students in 2019. Our first year, we did not. We took a year delay in opening.
Are you similar to Aspire Trade School? I think it's in the Huntersville area.
It is. Yeah, I've had conversations with them. Yes, we are similar to them. They, we're down in Monroe. They're on the opposite end, Northern Charlotte. But yep, we have a similar mission. That's correct.
That's great. It's
Yes.
good if you can collaborate and learn from one another
Yes.
during this process. And you're moving. How far away are you moving?
Essentially around the corner. It's less than 3 miles. It's actually the place where we started back in 2019. So we're going back there.
How many times since 2019 have you moved locations?
Just the once we moved to our current location where we are now.
All right, you were in the church.
We're in the church.
Moved to the current building you're in right now.
Then we moved here,
Moved
yes.
back to the church.
And we'll move back to the church, correct.
Do you feel like that has hindered your recruiting because you've moved 3 times?
It will be 3 times, but yes, twice. I absolutely do believe it's hurt us a couple of ways. One, I think just mission-wise, but certainly parents feel an uncertainty when they know they're going to move. So we moved to the current location with great aspirations and hopes what that would be. For various reasons, it didn't work that way. So now we're returning back to the church we started, and we'll have to do some work to that building because it needs, for our needs, we have to do some work to that property. But you know, over the years, we've kept in contact with the pastor, and we think we have a good relationship with the church, and it's 17 acres of land, so there's a lot of opportunity for us to do what we need to do there and not have to go. That's why having those, the 1 5-year lease with the 3 additional 5-year options is huge for us.
Your trade classes that you offer, are you able to offer any of those at this site you're gonna move to? Or are they all being done through the community college?
No, we will do it the same, like, right now, for instance, I don't have an automotive garage for automotive, but our automotive instructor is very creative. So we still offer all of the automotive courses on site, we just don't have a garage to do it, but we do it right on site. And our students who move on with automotive, they do their apprenticeship to do that. This year, you know, culinary has been the challenge because you can't do it without a kitchen. So we've rented space at other facilities in the county, specifically a place called Jars. It's like a missionary place, and they have a huge commercial kitchen, and we developed a partnership with them to offer. So it requires us to bus our students there and that sort of thing. And this year, for the first time, you know, our entryway into the construction trades is woodworking. So we've created a woodworking shop in our current building. You know, with the equipment, it's not something like you would see in a fully industrialized school that has it, but it's a regular classroom that has all of the woodworking equipment that we can put in there. So we make it work as best we can with what we have.
Do you offer, any of your classes that you offer online, what platform are you using?
We use NCVPS, and we also use Edmentum as well, depending on the course and the needs of students. So right now I don't have a business teacher, so we offer our business courses through NCVPS.
The students that take courses at Southern Piedmont, is that where your kids go?
Yeah, mostly South Piedmont Community College. We also use, depending on what they want, we also use Central Piedmont, even Stanley, just depends on the courses that they.
You provide transportation for them to those, or they do that on their own?
No, they typically do it on them because they usually have to be an 11th or 12th grader to get there, so they usually, they have their own cars. And we do work with our families if they need it. Like, we might get them to the school, and then a parent would pick them up, but we try to encourage their own transportation as much as possible. Now, the interesting thing is where we're moving to, the trades campus for SPCC is literally almost walking distance. So there's a benefit in that regard.
Dr. Ross, I have one more question.
Yes.
When your 7th graders enter your school, how do you establish that baseline for them in their math and English, sciences? Do they come to you so that you're able to determine growth and you have that baseline established?
Yes, the tool we use, you might have heard of IXL. So we give and that's actually how we measure our growth. IXL is a great tool. I don't know that we use it to its complete strength, but yes, that's how we use it. We take, you know, with all our students, because we use that, and it gives the baseline, and then that's where my weekly data. When the teachers give me the weekly data, it comes out of IXL. Clearly, the more advanced, like NC check-in, you know, it's only 2 or 3 times a year. So most of the data will come from IXL and teacher assessments.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next I would like to invite Monroe Charter Academy.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
This will be a broken refrain this morning, but 20 minutes for your presentation.
I'm Jim Stegall, Chairman of the Board of Monroe Charter Academy.
And I'm Dr. Kamala Ford, Principal of Monroe Charter Academy. What I have before you is our goals that we are focusing on throughout our school improvement plan, which is to increase the school performance goals by 10% to meet expected academic growth, to make sure that we also provide a safer, nurturing, and cultural education environment that promotes leadership, and lifelong learners to reduce time off task by 10%, and to increase student and teacher attendance by 5%. Next up, we have our data. If you look at our EVOS growth for 2020 to 21 does not count as of COVID. So we started counting data 21, 22. For all, we met for 21, 22 and 22, 23. For our Black subgroup, we met for both years. For our EDS student, we met both years. In reading, we exceeded in 21, 22, and we did not meet last year, 22, 23. And then in math for 21, 22, we met, and in 22, 23, 21, 22, we did not meet. 22, 23, we met. If you look at our proficiency in reading, we went from 19 to 28.6. In math, we had 5%, and we went to 27. And then in science, we went from 14.3 to 16.7. So we are definitely showing growth. Next is our school performance grade. It kind of just shows you, sorry for it not being super clear, but basically you can kind of look and see that we did grow from one year to the next year. And in some areas, we had huge growth. Same thing graph-wise for our 3-year grade level proficiency area. In 3rd grade, we grew. 4th grade, we had a jump in reading. We did in 5th grade. And then if you look at math, we had a big jump in 3rd grade, 4th, 5th, and then we had a nice look in 6th grade. And then if we look at our celebrations, because we love to celebrate, in 21, 22, for the past 2 years, we've been recognized by Superintendent Catherine Truitt for academic growth for both years. Last year, 21, 22 was recognized of the principal of the top 50% for performing schools. For 21, 22, 22, 23, we met growth both years. In 21, 22, we had a school performance grade of 26, and last year we had a performance grade of 37. So we're going definitely in the right direction. Yes, absolutely. For our areas of challenge this year, I will say is staffing. And that comes from actually people wanting to work. Some people want to just show up and get a paycheck. But when you actually put the pressure on them going in, doing classroom observations, holding them accountable for student success and learning, we've had 2 teachers this year that it was too much, so they walked away. So that was our challenge for this year. If you look at our professional development that we've had for staff-wise, we had our new staff orientation from July 31st through August. We've also had CKLA training, which is our curriculum training. We've had our Go Math training. We've also did unpacking our school improvement plan with the staff to really dive deeper so they can understand exactly why we have these goals and what needs to take place for us to be able to reach the goals at the end of the year. Our staff has had several times MTSS training to just not just looking at a kid and saying, okay, well, they are 2 years behind, let's automatically look at EC services. But what are the interventions are we able to put in place first to be able to see if we're meeting their needs, being able to show growth, and then if not, look at maybe we need to go have them be tested or evaluated for EC services. We've also had iStation training of Data Now What, because we do use iStation. And they have completed a PD by Dr. Chance Lewis of Engaging Boys of Color in Schools for High Achievement. And we have 4 more professional developments scheduled with him for the rest of the school year. If you look at administration, I have attended instructional leadership cohort in August, the OCS School Leadership Development Program in September, GROW 101, Also, school leadership program in October, November, the instructional leadership cohort, and then in January, attended the read-in reconsideration train to trainer workshop. So being able to broaden my skills as well in reading and being able to come back and train my staff as into how can we also increase our reading scores with our students. Next slide, please. No, you're good. As for our board, in December, they had a training of budget and finance with Acadia. And then as you hear laid out for the rest of the year, starting this month, they will be having a board training every month with Dr. Chance Lewis that will be focusing on establishing and evaluating student outcomes and how to be more powerful and have more of a voice and being able to use that voice in the community to assist us in growing our school to the next level.
Questions, comments?
Where are you currently located?
Where Apprentice is moving to.
Okay, and where are you?
We've been there for, we don't know yet. We are looking very, very hard. We've got a realtor firm that's working with us. We're working with the bank on a loan because we assume that wherever we go is going to be some upfit costs, that sort of thing. So what else? We got an architect standing by. But we've been involved now for months trying to find the right place to move to. We've looked at a number of facilities there in the Monroe area, but it's a tough market for what we're looking for. There's just not a whole lot available, and what does appear and what we've gone out and looked at, very often it goes away immediately.
Why is the church kicking you out and letting Apprentice move in? Has Apprentice done anything you would consider undermining your location?
No, I understand what happened there with Apprentice. I mean, like they were just saying, they have a long-standing relationship with that particular church, and they were very happy with that. And they built a big building and moved into it. It turned out to be a little expensive for them, so they wanted to come back. I don't think we have a bad relationship with the church, but Apprentice is a bigger school, and they can pay a lot more money. Well, not a lot more, but I've met with the pastor. He asked me kind of point blank, what's the most you can do for us? I laid out a number of things. We can pay this much in rent. We can put money towards fixing up facilities, like paving the little circle track that goes around the school, so you don't have to drive on gravel and stuff like that. Offered to do a number of things like that. He took a couple of months to think it over, and then late this summer told us, no, he's going with Apprentice. I don't know what Apprentice offered them. You know, I guess really to understand why he went with Apprentice instead of us, you'd have to ask him. I don't really want to speak for him.
So your families don't know where you're going to be.
That's right.
In August.
As of right now, as of today, that
How
is
has this
correct.
impacted your enrollment for next year?
Right now, our enrollment, we have 100 students that are currently coming back that we currently have for right now. We have more phone calls to make this week because, not all parents will fill out the form. And then for our current enrollment right now, we have 65 students currently that have applied to come to our school for the upcoming school year.
What's your enrollment right now?
157.
So 57 of them don't plan to come back, as far as you know.
They haven't responded either way.
And because we don't have a seventh grade yet, we're graduating out, what'd you say, 25?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's part of what we're losing right there.
That's a challenge.
Yes,
I
it
mean,
is.
you have current let alone recruiting new families, but your current families don't know where their child's going to be next year.
And we've been very upfront and honest with our families, so it's not, we haven't, left them in the dark of anything that's going on. Even from day one, when the decision was made that Apprentice was coming back and that the church wasn't renewing our lease, we were honest with our families. And so they are, just as well as we are, actively looking as well for places for us to move to. We found places, it's not that, it's just, it can't accommodate us for what we need for the size of our school.
Then you haven't found a place.
Correct.
Has the board made any kind of, here's our drop dead date where we gotta tell families this isn't gonna work? I mean, cause I would imagine most of them are gonna wanna know.
Yes, sir, you're absolutely right, and we should establish that, but I'm not ready to set a pin in the calendar on that just yet, because, well, I don't want to do that until we have to.
What is your current financial status? What do you have?
We're actually doing pretty good. We're projected to finish this year with a surplus, much bigger than we've ever had before, over $100,000.
How much?
Over $100,000. If our current projections pan out, which they usually do, because we tend to do that on the conservative side. So we got our scores going up, we've got a little money in the bank, everybody's kind of happy, but we're losing our house.
Sorry for all that.
No.
This is the big item in the room, right? It's February, you don't even know where you're gonna be next year. How's this impacted staff morale? Like, the staff are they concerned that you're moving to an area where they no longer can get to or want to go to? Are they concerned that you won't be around at all?
No, I mean, we're all concerned, we thought we would have a home, by this point. But when I did my, intention for the upcoming year, all of the staff said that they're coming back.
And the guidance we've given our realtor for where we're looking, is close to where we are, that side of Monroe, in Monroe, or just a little bit to the west there. We'll take something a little further out if we have to, but we want to stay where our families are and where our staff are happy.
Dr. Ford, I have a question. You said all the staff indicates that they're coming back.
Yes.
I noticed you have 9 licensed positions open on the website to fill. How dire is that situation?
I haven't updated the website, so I apologize for that. So we have 2 licensed positions that are open.
So you have filled the others?
Yes, I have.
DC Resource?
That is one of the positions.
It's open?
It is open, yes.
I can't help but
So
think.
it's down to 2?
Yes, it's down to 2, yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can't help but think that, what was the lease agreement to where they could just, over the summer, tell you?
It's for a set number of years, and then we have to go and renew it, and we ask them to renew it.
So are you
They got a
in
better offer.
the midst of the renewal period, or are you still in the lease?
We're still in the lease. No, I guess what was it? It was like an option year at the end. We're in that option year at the end, and that ends.
So you've ran the cycle of the lease?
Yes.
And now it's okay.
Are there any of the facilities that you're scoping out right now, are they within 5 miles of your current facility?
Yes, all of them, everything we've looked at, unless they found something while I wasn't, everyone.
Are you only looking for freestanding, or have you thought about buying land and building?
We have thought about that, ma'am. In fact, we talked to our realtor about that. She knows to keep her eye open for the dimensions of land and facilities, hook up for that sort of thing. And one of our board members is in the building trades. He's talked to us about what it takes to get like modulars put up. We think we're probably right now if we had some land right now, we might be able to get modulars up by August. But from what he's told us, I think we're probably beyond that now. So we're looking for facilities. That's where the focus is. A freestanding, a building.
Yeah, just from experience, I would not count on modulars at this point. If you could even find it.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback.
Any other questions, comments?
No, I just have one observation. This is such a technical
No.
thing. But in your graph
I'm
for
sorry.
your data, I know that the data can look better based on like the increments of your graph.
Yes, ma'am.
But you have projected for 10% growth, so I would just suggest that you take your graph measurements beyond that. So for instance, now the maximum is 40% on your graph, rather than 100. So if you're choosing to grow about 10% and you're already at 37, 38, 28, your graph should go beyond that to show the length ahead. It doesn't have to go to 100, but understand the positive look based on your units of measuring the graph. But I would just encourage you to give room for growth, so that your staff sees you're not at the top, and where you need to go with it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
That's something to think about.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, keep the office posted about your,
Yeah, always. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, next up, I would like to invite up Next Generation Academy.
Good morning. My name is David Miller. I'm the chair of the board for Next Generation Academy. We have with us our founder and the CEO, Dr. Misher, and we have our principal, Mr. Darrell Florence.
Good morning. My name is Darrell Florence. I'm the proud principal of Next Generation Academy. And I will go through the presentation that was shared with you as succinctly as I can. Just want to reiterate our story of continuous growth and improvement at our school. That's what we focus on. This year, our theme is Dig Deep, and so we've asked our students to dig deep in different ways. Also, our staff are digging deep in terms of the data so that they know more about their students so that we can help make sure that we support them. Just looking at our trends, this shows a 3-year trend of growth. This is our proficiency, but again, emphasizing the growth that we are experiencing over time in every area. Of course, the 2020-21 is the COVID year, so those numbers are a bit skewed. However, you can also see that the average increase for each area is also very telling of the growth that is taking place in terms of proficiency. The next slide shows the same information, just simply broken down by subgroups. Of course, we serve over 80% of our students are in the Black student category. However, you can see by our subgroups that we've had some areas where we've grown, specifically with our Hispanic subgroup, as well as the students with disabilities and our students who are economically disadvantaged. The one area that we saw a drop in, ironically, was our multiracial group. So what we have done is looked at that group specifically to see, we drilled down to see what we need to do, to better improve those results with those students in terms of proficiency. The next, of course, is our DIBELS data. We do offer DIBELS for grades K through 6. We look at grades K through 3 in particular because we don't have any other data points for them, like EOG scores for grades 3 through 7. But just to point out, we are not in a place where we say we are doing everything perfectly. We have areas to grow. And so you can see that where we are bringing our students in, we are making improvements with those students. The one area that we see where we have to really emphasize and change our focus for is our 3rd grade students. Because as you see there, there was a drop with the DIBELS. 3rd grade is also a place where the reading comprehension becomes a bigger part of the score for DIBELS. So making sure that students not just know their phonetics and things of that nature, but that they are able to understand what they read. So we are sending in support for those grade levels that need it. One thing we use to measure our grades 3 through 7 are the NC check-ins. Those are like our benchmarks. And we look at those to see how well we feel like our students are making progress towards being proficient on the EOGs. And so we have, at this point, taken 2 check-ins. We took one in the fall and one recently in the winter. Again, there are areas where we see that there is growth. We see where we are making good gains. However, there are some areas where we have to shift our focus, particularly with 4th grade math, 5th grade math, also 6th grade math, and then our 7th grade reading. The type of support that we provide for this, one of the big things that we've done recently actually involves our parents in terms of the check-ins, because what we find is that our students don't always understand the significance and the importance of taking the check-ins. So we really engage our families in helping them to help the conversation with their students that, hey, we're in this together. Our teachers are using this information to drive their instruction. That's data points to see where the students are. So they look at that data. But we're also challenging our students to look at their own data to where they're saying, you know, this is how I performed on this check-in. Did I use my strategies? Did I take my time? And so that will help also as we get to the EOG for them to be more prepared for that. And it also helps our teachers to know what type of supports are needed. We do a lot of small group instruction using our academic coaches, well, our teachers as well, but we have our academic coaches that are providing support for our students. The academic coaches are mostly our retired teachers that come in and serve as pretty much daytime tutors for our students. And they are helping them based on the results that we see with the check-ins and also the teacher assessments with DIBELS and every type of assessment data that we have. So we increase our proficiency by making sure that our teachers are properly trained. You can see with the time that they have, we get them trained on a number of different things. The big one is the science of reading with the letters training, and we're finding that to be very, very successful and very, very meaningful for our staff. We have a few staff members that are being trained, and then we do some of the teachers training the teachers model with our letters. I also participated in a part of the administrative portion of that as well for a background. So that's been very helpful for helping students be successful. Also, the IXL reading and small group stations, those are some things that we use. And I'm not gonna go through everything, but just to point out the data part, we make sure that we are encouraging the data conversations with our teachers. We're building their confidence to have the conversations with each other and to understand their data so that they can best support the students. We also are going to the higher levels of MTSS, which is also a very critical piece, as mentioned, previously. This helps us to know what interventions we can provide our students that will help them at various levels and not jump any levels. But we want to make sure we support them where they are, give them what they need to be successful. And then last but not least, the student empowerment programs. Again, I kind of mentioned in particular where we are really engaging our families this year, giving them the information to help them be able to support the students as well. Because as I tell my families, it takes a village. Our PLCs, I'm sorry, I went on to the next page. Our PLCs, thank you. We are improving proficiency through our improved PLCs. We are studying our teachers' lesson plans, making sure that they are aligning with aligned with what we see. We are a standards-based school, so every student gets rated and graded on the standards versus just an A, B, or C, or D. We feel like that helps with alignment with making sure that they are successful when it comes time for the EOG as well. Again, that parent involvement piece, we are really pushing that this year. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. And last but not least, I just want to point out that we are in compliance with our financial pieces. We have made a good number of adjustments based on quality feedback from the team here. We have support from Acadia. We are getting grants, it seems like left and right. We are getting money for our school that will help support our students. And then we have also hired a CFO to revamp the internal control structures so that we're compliant with our federal grant awards. And just want to point out that we have zero findings, or have had zero findings in the 22-23 financial audit. And that's all I have for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Questions, comments?
How are Dr. Sam and Dr. Pam involved? Your two co-founders?
Very much so. Dr. Pam more on the HR compliance side, and I'm more of the overall superintendent type side, making sure, working out with the, I work with the grants. We've got over $2 million worth of grants that we're done. We, in the last 2 weeks, have been awarded about $150,000 worth of grants for us technology and improvement. So I work very closely with our grant writer, very closely with our foundation to go out and find other monies. The building, sometimes I drive the bus. And so just all those hats that we have to wear so that Mr. Florence can run the school and keep us going in the right direction.
That's very good. I know that you both have a heart for the success of the school.
Thank you.
Is the school a STEM school officially, or is that just part of what you do?
Okay, that's part of what we do. We're revamping our STEM. We started out STEM. We want to go right behind it, but we've with one of our grants that we just got was the robotics grant, and so we're going to implement that. We're applying for another grant that just came on. We partnered with North Carolina A&T and their department, and there's another. Let me see the name of that company. What? Yeah, Core Technology. We have partnered with them as well to where that we'll be able to take our students over there, and they'll be over to that department. It's on the nanotechnology partnership that A&T has with UNCG, so they're partnering with us to do that also. And so we are moving to the next level in terms of being a true STEM school and not just STEM school in name. And also with STEM is not just, it's a curriculum that all of our teachers need to buy into and understand. And so we're revamping that and taking that to the next level.
Thank you.
Yep.
I want to say congratulations and thank you for how quickly you all responded to the items. My understanding is from the Office of Charter School that you guys exemplify what we would hope schools would do whenever given the feedback that you all were given, and how quickly you responded to it. So thank you and your team for that.
Well, thanks for your support, and we're here to do the right thing.
And you guys have just one more quarterly update, so our office will work with you on getting that towards the summer, whatever works best for you, and then you won't be having to come here all the time.
So we have to come back down here again?
One more time. But we have had, our staff has given great feedback from the site visits, so I want to try to get down there as well soon.
Come on down. Any of you, come on down. Right off the highway down there. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Can I ask a question before we get to the next one? So this column that on this sheet, the sheet that you shared with us about the leadership trainings, and then there's like a blank out of 5. Are these schools submitting to the Office of Charter Schools the evidence of attending the staff development or staff development happening?
No, we're not collecting any type of, I guess we would say we're doing it based on their good faith that they are telling us that they're doing it and actually doing it.
Which leadership trainings?
The ones in their school improvement plans.
This one right here, this.
I mean, if they're citing the ones that I'm doing, I keep attendance. They have a mandatory survey that they have to complete after the session. That documents that they were there. I have them both from last year and this year, if we wanted to.
Yeah.
And I usually share it with OCS.
Glad you're doing that. That's good, but I think there's gonna be a point where these schools are back before us. And we have to determine whether or not they've met these criteria that was set forth. And so.
I almost feel like they need.
That's why I was asking the question of the first school. All right, you're required to do 5 of these leadership trainings a year, how many have you done? And the answer was 1.
Yeah.
So,
Well, when we go to, so for example, I'm planning a follow-up visit to Prentice and Monroe, and then the plan was to basically go through those plans that they've submitted to you guys, the PD plans and the school improvement plans, and walk through them and see what they have completed, if anything's changed, things like that. It's sometimes easier to do it in person rather than them sending us a bunch of documents that then we have to try to figure out for all of these schools.
yeah, and this isn't a comment of like predicting or foreboding doom, but like take some of the, like all of these schools, like they're required to have the entire board, the entire leadership team go through 5 trainings a year.
Yeah.
They're required to have meet or exceed growth 2 out of the next 3 years. I mean, it's quite possible after this first year that we will know they can't meet these stipulations. And I think that will put us in a position of having to make a decision.
Yes, and you might have, that might occur quicker based on some of the compliance issues.
We've got a couple of schools here that if
Yeah.
they don't meet growth this year, they've got no chance of meeting the stipulation.
Yeah. And there can be, the compliance stipulations are very strict, and there can be no findings of non-compliance, and we will have some schools that will need to address that.
Yeah, thank you for responding. I hope that they're keeping clear, concise
Records.
documents of what training was done and who was there, because
And we can certainly follow up with them all after this meeting.
Well, I noticed with Next Generation, they're posting their leadership team meeting minutes online.
Yeah,
So they're being very transparent.
yeah.
Okay, next up, we have Rocky Mount Preparatory.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And the next 20 minutes are yours.
He's online. Okay, let's see. I don't see him. I don't see him. I can let you know if I see him up here.
Well, good morning. My name is Dr. Heather Collins. I am the head of school for Rocky Mount Preparatory School in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. I am joined today by our newest board member, Ms. Shalana Parker. Behind me is Dr. Tristan Hunter, our Director of Accountability and Instruction, and Ms. Marion White, our head interventionist at Rocky Mount Prep. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this morning. In our presentation, which I will review, we did follow the format that was given to us by CSRB. And so we look at our academic trends. We can see that in the 2022 year, if we just take a peek at our 7th grade, we were at a 39% level of growth. And in 2023, we did dip down to a 35.6% accountability there. And then in third grade, in 2022, we saw 42.5% and another decline in 2023. As we looked at our subgroups, we realized that there are no major gaps in our subgroups in the last 3 years. We did see decreases in the 7th grade overall growth and achievement in 2023, and a decrease in 4th grade from 3rd grade to 4th grade from 42 to 37.8 in reading. In terms of proficiency for some grades, we see that there are grades that are higher than others. For example, our 7th grade last year, which is now 8th grade, had the lowest ELA EOG proficiency at 20.9%. And then math, our 4th grade, which is now 5th, had math EOG proficiency at 9.5%. That was based upon our EVAS data and not our internal review report from DPI. However, moving forward with our new data that we were able to receive and did not have ready for you at the time of submission, We are excited that our Mastery Connect predictive assessments state that we are projected for growth in our third grade ELA math and of course our high school math as well. We did identify that there is a 10% margin of error on that data that we received. So we are looking at switching from the Mastery Connect assessment to the SchoolNet, which is more closely aligned to our testing for our EOCs and our EOGs. We did just complete our DIBELS assessment. And again, unfortunately, I do apologize that this is not a part of your presentation, but our first grade is showing a 55.7% proficiency. Our second grade has a 52.3% proficiency, and our third grade is slowly climbing up the ladder at a 30.4% proficiency for our mid-year data. When we talk about what led to us having low performance, we are able to identify that there was failure to complete the curriculum implementation. Our EC population and alternative assessment goes beyond the 1%. Of the 926 students that were enrolled in 2022-2023, 116 of them received specialized services. We realized that there was a lack of lesson planning and implementation. We also had a high turnover rate. For example, in our third grade, in grades 3 through 5, our turnover rate was 35%, and we had high disciplinary rates. I am now excited to say that our disciplinary rates are down 65% across our school, which is a major accomplishment with the implementation of social emotional learning techniques for our scholars, and that we have been able to retain our teachers and continue to provide support. Moving towards success, our goals that we stipulated in the school improvement plan remain the same. 100% of our scholars will achieve growth this year. 100% of our classrooms will deliver rigorous standards aligned with grade level content. Discipline referrals and removal from instructional time will decrease by 50%. And as I just mentioned, we are now at the 65% mark. And we will retain 90% of our staff as measured by retention data by June 2024. And 100% of our teachers will grow in their effectiveness, resulting in improved proficiency and academic growth. To those measures, I want to take a minute and identify several things that we have been able to do. We have rebuilt our K-12 structure support teams that includes tutors, interventionists, and instructional coaches. Our 6th through 8th grade level have implemented data notebooks. We now have consistent structures across the K-12 grade levels, which includes lesson plan reviewing and feedback, instructional cycles with our coaches and principals, PLCs, professional developments that are held weekly and monthly for each division. And then we now implement K-8 data nights to include parental engagement for our families. We have student-led conferences in our high school, and ADVID, of course, is being implemented in our grade levels 3 through 12. We are excited to work with our tutors because they provide push-in and pull-out methods for our scholars, grades K-5. In our programming, we have implemented the Writing Revolution, which was a strong suggestion from our review team that came to Rocky Mount Prep last year. We have the Want More, Do More coaching model. Our teachers were just trained in DIBELS, and so we were excited about completing that assessment training. We've held professional development for our Wonders curriculum, our Journeys curriculum, our Mastery Connect or Case 21 benchmark assessments. We've held professional developments for our Springboard and Pearson VUE Access, and then the iReady interventions as well. 10 of our 68 teachers did leave Rocky Mount Prep due to either moving to another area or even retiring, but not because of dissatisfaction with the process or progress of Rocky Mount Prep. So we are excited to see from our current progress that we are definitely moving in the right direction, which I am grateful for. We have our iReady and our Mastery Connect benchmarks, where we are showing growth, especially in our third grade reading and our high school math areas of content. Our professional development. When we last stood before you, we understood that the lift for Rocky Mount Prep would be a tremendous one. And I am excited to say that our staff has shown up every day to ensure that they are meeting the requirements that have been placed before them. We have had relay trainings for our staff with strategies, including time on task during the instructional day. We have incorporated student motivational activities to keep them engaged in learning and in extracurricular activities, after-school clubs, which include STEM as well. Stress relief activities, and although it may seem light, it is very necessary to maintain the mental health of our staff and our scholars as they embrace a new standard of education that is being implemented at Rocky Mount Prep. We have modeled lesson plans and demonstrated opening and closing lessons as well. We have observation feedback that is detailed and timely, that is done by principals and coaches, and that which is seen by our tutors. We have a new understanding of how to use our data to drive instruction, knowing that it is important in our PLCs that we know where our students are, those that are in the bubble, on top of the bubble, or need to be moved to the bubble in order to get them additional services. I want to also state here that we mentioned our Saturday Academy as a layer of support for our scholars. And since September, we have been offering Saturday Academy monthly to provide another layer of support. Our scholars receive after-hours excellence tutoring Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays after school, and Saturday Academy, and push-in and pull-outs for their support. Again, just to reiterate, we completed our DIBELS training, our iReady training, Writing Revolution, and our elementary school did also complete, or is actually in the process of completing, their letters training. Compliance updates. I am excited to say that Rocky Mount Prep has met all of our compliance requirements of the budget investigation. All documentation was submitted on time, and we are just awaiting the final letter of completion. We have also met all compliance requirements regarding ESSER bonuses, again, awaiting final response. We have met our requirements for our CSRB letter for training on InduStar and parent notifications, and our board members are on task for all professional development outlined in our school improvement plan. And out of our 5 trainings, we have completed 3. Our next steps is to increase student enrollment. At our last visit, we lost over 150 scholars due to the thought of Rocky Mount Prep closing. And so that took a huge bite out of what we do, our staff, and even our budget. And so our goal now is to increase student enrollment, to solidify core areas with qualified teachers, and to replace the NCVPS. We do use that for math in our middle school and in our high school as well. We would like to increase our digital literacy for scholars at home and continue to work to increase teacher efficacy with scholar data for instruction and to increase parental engagement across our K-12. Our parents now feel welcomed to our school. They know that they are invited to participate in all of our activities, and so we're just grateful to have the village to help raise our scholars.
Thank you for your information, for all the work that you and your team are doing. Questions or comments from CSRB members?
like to know what your K data night looks like. Your K data nights.
I'll let Dr. Hunter
Yeah.
chime in. Sorry. Gotta scoot.
So the K-8 data nights, they look almost the same on every level on a K-8 level. So when we come in, the first thing we do is we welcome the families in, and then we go into what assessments they're looking at. So on the elementary level, that's our DIBELS and our iReady. On the middle school level, that's the iReady and the Mastery Connect assessments. We spend the first 30 minutes just kind of laying out what those assessments look like, what a math assessment looks like, what a reading assessment looks like, and then we go into actually unpacking that report with them. So we put a sample report on the board, we show them how to unpack that sample report, and then we lead them into the classrooms with their teachers. So then all the students go into the classrooms with their homeroom teachers, they get the reports from their homeroom teachers, and then they get the opportunity to go around and conference about a 30-minute cycle with their teachers, just to kind of unpack that data some more, identify any strengths, any weaknesses that they might need, and then we close out together. We come back into the main room, and then we close out together. We do a quick survey. We ask them any questions they might have, update them on some of the initiatives that we have, like the Saturday Academy, the after school excellence hour, and then we just ask any questions that the parents or the families might have, and then after that, that's pretty much, it's about an hour and a half.
And how often is this done?
Every quarter.
Every quarter?
Yes, ma'am. So after we complete our benchmark assessment, so about every 3 months, we do a data night.
Thank you. It's a good idea.
Thank you.
Now, what are you doing to increase enrollment?
Our enrollment cycle opens next month. We have submitted to all of our parents letters of intent to return, so we know how many slots we have available in our lottery. One of the things that we are developing now is our CTE planning pathways, solidifying our STEM program in order to make sure that our parents understand that they have a quality educational program that develops the entire scholar. So it's not just academics, but it is a vocational pathway. There's athletics built somewhere in there, and then of course working to develop our arts program so that they have a well-rounded experience at prep. And of course, your marketing and your strategy, yes, ma'am. Your marketing activities that will go out to let the community know that we are enrolling for the 2024-2025 year.
Is that gonna be a weekly thing?
Can you repeat that?
Will the marketing be a weekly thing, ongoing?
It'll be
Until you
ongoing.
get your numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
My recollection is that the Rocky Mount Public Schools are in a little bit of turmoil right now because of, what's it called, a demerger or something like that?
Yes, sir.
And I think that particularly doesn't impact the Nash families as much as the Edgecombe families.
Correct.
Is there any opportunity to market to those students who may find themselves in, or those families that are facing change anyway?
Yes.
Is that in the catchment area that you're looking for?
Yes, sir, it is. We do have opportunity to gain scholars that, or families that are not happy with the demerger and are looking for a neutral, safe place for their scholars to go. So we could gain anywhere from maybe 10 to 20% of the families that are looking for a new home.
Dr. Collins, what is your current enrollment?
840 scholars.
And you referenced scholars at home. What does that mean? Who are they? In your presentation, you referenced the digital literacy of scholars at home.
Yes, we would like to be able to increase our ability to send home technology. Many of our areas have what is identified as a technology desert. Wi-Fi is not strong, or they don't have access to Chromebooks or laptops. And it would enhance our ability to do additional tutoring and online work if we were able to send those devices home. During the pandemic, we had about 100 hotspots that we were able to loan out, but 100 would not meet the needs of our school. We would have more than that. And then of course, our Chromebooks, we didn't we probably only received 75% of our Chromebooks back from the pandemic. And so looking for grants and funding to be able to purchase more, to send them home, but also guarantee that we would get them back.
So when I first heard $804,000 of trying to figure out where that money was, you seem pretty confident that you guys have answered that with the compliance update. So could you give like an overview of what, was it like a coding issue or?
So, yes, in layman's terms, it was just a coding issue. There was monies that had been purposed and identified that had not been listed to the right line item, but yet Charter Success Partners was able to go in and pull every receipt, identify when it was paid, how it was paid, and attach it to all of the questions that the investigation asked for.
Good.
And it was not $804,000. I think once they got finished with the number, it ended up being like 786 or 84. It was still up there, but
Still enough, right?
sounds better than 804.
A lot of work to go into that, and you know, obviously, as being one of the older charter schools, you know, in the state, I really hope that with maybe some of the changes that Mr. Anderson just pointed out just a second ago, we'll get you guys some momentum. Just knowing that, because I know you all got to be feeling the pressure with having already 1 year of not met. You know, and this is a big year, so you know, I applaud your efforts, and I wish nothing but the success for your teachers and your students.
Thank you. It's definitely been a challenging year, and there has been expectations placed across the board, from my level all the way on down to even our bus drivers. However, everybody has received the challenge with grace, and we come in excited to do the work every day. And I think that that's what's happening. If you come to visit, and I invite any of you to come, you will see that the work is getting done at Rocky Mount Prep. And so it's going to make the difference. Our scholars are looking excited every day to come. Our teachers are happy to be there, and the work is being done. So I am really excited, and I'm confident that the board will be pleased with the work that we are able to achieve in such a short window.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good work. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll start back up with Zecca at 11:30.
For the rest of the
Yes, you probably won't come us for the rest of the year, but we will be in touch with you about next steps. Okay. Yeah.
I sent it to you as well.
There's always a little lag.
There we go. Welcome back.
Okay, I'd like to call up our next school, which is Zeka School of Arts and Technology.
Good afternoon, I should say now, I guess.
Okay, is it afternoon now? So good afternoon.
Welcome back. You have 20 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll have some questions.
Okay, so I'm Stacy Owens Howard, the director of Zeka School of Arts and Technology. I have with me Jacqueline Morris, our finance director. I have Dr. Tia Glass, our IPG external coach, or partner rather. I have Dr. Sonia Martin, our IPG coach, and Barbara Hayes, our board member, and our board president brings greetings. She's online. She was sick today. So we'll start with our successes. We looked at this year when we started. We wanted to celebrate a little bit. So we were happy that we were able to have a 69% teacher retention rate, up from 36% the prior year. We were able to improve our school overall grade from an F to a D from last year's results. We started the year with all of our reading and math unit guides complete. When we stood before you before, we were working on finishing that, and we got them all completed. We were able to establish a partnership with UNCW and NC Lead and AT&T at the start of this year for some virtual tutoring opportunity for our students. Their student teachers provide tutoring for our students online. And then we were able to secure all of our master mentor partnerships so that we can increase that personalized instruction for all our teachers. So some of the challenges we started with is we're still working on the community awareness about the charter renewal process last year to help establish with folks that we're still here. And we're still working with teacher mental wellness, just making sure our teachers remain balanced. All right, so when you look at our data highlights, we decided we met our growth, so we took a deeper look at our proficiency results. We continue to increase the number of students proficient in reading, math, and science, with reading started in 2018-19 at 34%, and we have increased that to 49%. And we actually last year, when looking at the compatibility between the district, we outscored the district by 0.2 points. And in math, we started out at 17.9% up to 26%. We're still working on closing those gaps in math. And for our subgroups, our African American population, which we are primarily African American, we went up from 19% proficiency to 36%, and we outscored the district with black students by 1 point. And our Hispanic grew from 50% proficiency up to 70% proficiency, and we outscored the district by 20.7% in there. So then we took a look and we said, all right, we want to make sure that we continue to increase the number of career and college students, so not just being proficient. And when we looked at that data, we were up in reading and math. We increased the number of students who made 4s and 5s by 7.5%. And in science, we did that by 20.7%. So then we took another look and we said, okay, where are we now? So at the time that this information was due to you, we had completed our second diagnostics for iReady. And our iReady trends are showing that we are, every group is still progressing forward. So if you look at the reading, we have now just 10% of students that were testing 3 or more levels behind, and that's decreased because we started out at 18%. And our group that was 2 grades behind was 14% when we first tested, and was 8% when we first tested, and we have moved some of those students that were chronically behind or 3 years behind up to that group. You'll see the same thing is happening with the 1 grade level behind.
We had 60% when we first tested. That's down to 41%. Some of those students have now moved to being on grade level. On grade level at the start of the year was at 13% and is up to 26%. And some of our early on grade level have moved over to being at or above grade level. And so we're seeing those trends in our iReady reading and our iReady math. We just completed our benchmark testing from using Transcend, but they finished that testing on Friday, so I don't have that data to share today. All right, and so then working with our IPG external partner and when we put these items in our school improvement plan as well, we were like, what are we going to focus on this year? So since we completed our unit guides, and that tells us the what to teach and when to teach it, we are now changing our focus to how to teach it. So we want to increase the rigor that's in our lesson plans, and so we can add those lesson plans to our unit guides. And the 3 areas that we're really focusing on in that is the higher order questioning. So we want our teachers to get used to asking those series of probing questions, not just the what, who, what, and where type things. We want them to really go to a higher level with the questioning. We're also now moving our focus to differentiation. We were doing small groups, but we found last year teachers was using the same type of information within the small groups. So now we're really kicking up their understanding of how to use their data to differentiate those small groups. And then the feedback. We really want to get our teachers using the descriptive feedback so that they can be looking for how are you assessing what are the students learning and did they get what you was teaching in that moment. And we also are continuing to increase our math pedagogy because that is our area. Our target area is math. That's our problem area. So Solution Tree is still coming in with those research-based strategies for math instruction and helping the teachers to learn how to use the resources like technology and some of the hands-on engagement type things they can do in math. We're continuing with our cultural responsive teaching. We're building that teacher efficacy and cultural competence and cultural awareness monthly and helping them to understand how to appropriately use their anchor text in a culturally responsive way. With our data, with our unit guides, we're adding a pre and post test in each unit so that they can measure in addition to, we don't have to wait to the benchmark to see how a student did on how the teachers presented the information or the skills and content from the units. We're continuing with assessing our students 3 times per year, and we're really kicking in our data chats and making sure that students are tracking their data as well as the teachers. With our social and emotional program, we had that under wrap. We kicked it up a little bit and added rhythm to our usage this year. And Rhythm is a program that allows students to go in and give information about how they're feeling. We do a rhythm check in the morning and midday, and we're starting to find out with our rhythm checks things that kids wouldn't normally come in and share. Like we had a young student the other day, started his day off, said he was feeling sad because his grandmother had died. Nobody had any clue that grandmother had died. So now teachers are finding that information out in the morning so that they can, effectively help that student transition. We also find some things in Rhythm, like they may say they're mad because a student is bothering them, and they haven't told us that before, but because they're sharing and this program is giving them strategies to use, it's bringing an awareness so that we can deal with those things before the instructional day begins. So how are we progressing with all these things? With our master coaches that we put in place, they are focusing on enhancing the teacher pedagogy with progress monitoring, goal setting, and structured lessons. So using those lessons to really engage the students, all teachers, not just our BTS teachers, all teachers have a coach, and these coaches are coming in modeling lessons. They are reviewing lesson plan information with them, just giving them they're sitting in the PLC meetings, and they're really just helping them to have a greater understanding of what they're doing instructionally. Increasing the use of evidence-based teaching strategies. When we look at that, Dr. Hale, who is our national curriculum consultant, she has come in already and helped us begin the conversations with the changes of the science of reading. She took the teachers through the process of looking at our unit guides to make sure that the resources were aligned to these new requirements. And we're currently vetting a couple of programs that we think we want to use for our students. And so that we can go ahead on and select that. And we restructured our PLC communities. We were finding in our PLC communities last year, although they were talking about different things, it wasn't always aligned to the data. So we're really, putting those intervention tools in place with the PLC times. So right now, as of today, 51% of our students have met their typical growth in our Ready Reading with our mid-year diagnostics. We took a look at our benchmark test from the summer or the spring, and we had in math, our EOY benchmark was showing 28% proficient. Our first benchmark of the year was at 38%, so we saw there that the summer school and Saturday academies really helped with the summer slide, and the same can be seen in reading. We ended the year at 47% and started the year at 53%. Our attendance right now is currently around 80%, so we had to go in and see what's happening there. We got a couple of chronic students who were dealing with sicknesses and different things like that, so we put an action plan in place with those 10 students that consists of some home visits and some different celebratory type things to help those parents to understand that they need to be at school so that we will make a difference for them. We've only had 7 students this year that was impacted by out of school suspension, so that program is still going really good. The last 3 slides is really focusing on our professional development. So our board members are on track. You'll see that they attended the nonprofit training through Coastal Carolina Community College, and they've also completed a Chime for Change modules through Solution Tree to help them become better instructional leaders. I'm not going to read each of these for you, but you will see that we listed the type of, the title of the training, how many hours, who attended, and what types of things were covered. Most of our professional developments that we have listed here were either outside conferences or they are part of our embedded ongoing trainings with our national consultants that come in on a monthly basis, and that would be Solution Tree, our IPG partner, and Curriculum Decisions. We also now wanted to get back to our A+ because we are an A+ school, and when we were trying to turn this thing around, we sort of got away from A+, so A+ is back on the team with us to help with engagement as well. And you will see also the professional development that's done for our teachers to improve their instructional outcomes. And if you look on the last page where it says additional staff trainings provided, we're still doing the in-house things like, how to work with EC students, EpiPen and stuff like that. But the other things that's listed by date shows you the outside consultants and what they're doing. And that's all I have for you.
Thank you so much. Questions, comments?
Second's a K-8 school, correct?
Correct.
What's the current enrollment?
We have 106 right now. We started at 110, and we were 121 was the number that we could have gotten.
Did I hear, I may be confused, but did I hear something about Zeka going private?
You didn't hear that from me. No,
So not gonna be a private school, okay?
no.
I don't know where I heard that from, I don't know, I'm just confused.
Oh,
Which happens frequently.
no. We have our IPG partner and grant for the next 3 years, so we're tracking to get off the list so we can stop coming to see you guys. But I don't know about anything else.
Questions? No. So I'm gonna ask same question that I've asked more than once.
Mhm.
If I go to your website, it looks like your board met twice in 2023.
All of our board meeting minutes are up there. The only 2 that are not is the October minutes and the July minutes. And that's because the secretary wasn't there and it was recorded, and we're just waiting for her to transcribe those, but all the others should be there.
Looking at it right now, the only minutes are November and September.
We didn't meet, what days, months we didn't meet, Jacqueline? We did not meet in December. In August. We didn't have a meeting for August and December, so the only ones that we don't have posted is July and October.
Well, I'm looking at it right now, so there's 2 months.
Mhm. So we will have July. September is there, right? So I'm saying you only see 2 there because 2 of the months we would be none, because it would be no minutes for.
12 months, you didn't meet twice. So
Oh, you're going since, okay, I was going since the start of the school year, which was July. And so you're talking about last year's?
I think you need to go back and make sure again that you're posting your minutes. This is an ongoing question, something that we've brought up. And from your website, 23, 24 meeting minutes, there's 2 posted.
Okay.
So I went to their board member website and all I saw were the dates, the meeting dates. Where are you finding the names?
It's under, it's at the top where it says click on this link.
Click on the link. Got it. I see.
Just go back and look at it, make sure they're all posted.
I will.
Yep. Comments, questions? All right, thanks so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, and last but certainly not least, we have Paul R. Brown, Leadership Academy.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Before I start, I'd like to introduce those fine folks behind me. We have our board chair, Ms. Minnie Price. Mr. Walter Drummond is a board member. Ms. Joyce McGoughlin is our secretary. Mr. Roland McCoy is a board member. Mr. Quentin Stewart, a board member. Mr. Scott Johnson, a board member. And our newest board member, Ms. Beverly Randolph. So before I get started, slide 1. We did our summer retreat in August. We did a 3-day retreat before school started, and we had a theme, and the theme was, focusing on what matters most. I felt like that was a fitting theme because when you're under stipulations, there's a lot of things that can distract you and take you off point. So we wanted to make sure that we stayed focused on those things that matter most. So you're looking at our school improvement goals here on slide 1. And I just want to point out that the goals 1 and 2 are moving targets. And they're designed that way so you can never really achieve them. They can always create conversations with the teachers, ad hoc PLCs, things of that nature. But when you're talking about increasing 5%, they can go on forever. Because you're probably never going to reach 100% target for that goal. But if you look at increasing 5% every year, anyone that knows anything about the EOGs and EOCs, 5% is huge when you talk about across the board. So that's a really huge goal to try to attain. We talked about increasing teacher and student attendance. If you recall my last conversation with the board, we had some challenges of attendance. And we're still having challenges with attendance. I'll just be honest with you. We're a small staff. There's about 10 teachers in the building. So when 1 teacher is out or 2 teachers is out, it can be a challenge trying to cover that for the day and ensure that those students getting the proper instructions. So one thing we did do is everyone was required to clock in and out using a link. So a report goes out every day and it sends to the staff or those that were not clocked in for the day, those who are not present. And the first time I did, it was about 7 names on there. But the more I did it, the less and less. Because it's something about your peers knowing that they got to keep covering for you makes a huge difference. So they did the work for me. So now when folks are coming to work, You know, instead of I got an appointment taking the whole day off, I got an appointment, I'll be out for an hour, I'll be in at 9 o'clock or second period. And it makes a huge difference when you can only cover one period versus covering the entire school day. I mean, things happen, and folks gonna have to be off, but it can't be a routine where it's okay, I just take off and not come. Because that creates continuous low performance. You gotta own up to it. And that was my whole point about having those two goals, especially the 3%. That's a small number, and it's just a target to make sure that before I take a day off, I stop and think, do I really need the whole day or just an hour or so? Because it makes a difference for the whole team. Those kind of goals, you know, allows me to have these ad hoc PLCs that I learned from one of the charter school staff members. And always got to be scheduled. It can be a stop in the hallway or walk in the classroom and talk to the math teachers about things going on, and we can really drill down on some things without having to put it on a schedule and have those PLCs. So I took that to heart, and I've been using it ever since we had that visit. And of course, the third slide is we want to make sure that we use our financial resources and be responsible for those. Next slide, please. So this is our intergrade testing data over the past 3 years, and our goal has been 40% proficiency in these areas. And I chose 40% because my experience has shown me that if you get around 40%, you're more likely going to meet growth, and you're probably going to be a pretty solid C school. So that's why we look at 40% as our growth. We're still working towards that in some of the areas, but if you look at the chart, our math 8 scores are actually backwards. When I sent the chart in, it should be 0, 7, and then 30. But looking at our science 8, very strong science scores. However, I found out by coming through the charter school that you need 30 scores in every category for an account. So even though those scores are strong, we did not have 30 in that category, so there was points left on the board. However, without enrollment increasing, this year we have 35 8th graders. So we can hold on to the end of the year with those, then we can get those scores. I hope we can do the same and increase our EOG scores. Now, when you're dealing with middle school, if a student shows up after the midpoint, their scores won't count for you. Something else I learned with the NCDPI business rules. So right now we're sitting at 35, and we need to hold on so we can get some of those strong Science 8 scores to help us overall. And one of our challenges, you know, you experience a large turnover in the school that kind of fits our format. And I'm gonna give you an example. Last year we finished with 146 kids. We graduated 30. That takes us down to 116. However, we started the school year off above 190. So that's a lot of new kids across grade levels. Not like when you come into a high school, the whole freshman class come in together. We're talking about kids all across the board. So you really got to step back and have a plan to redo those things to be successful year after year after year when you got a turnover like that. Next slide, please. And this is our end of course scores for the past 3 years. The Math 1, we did not do Math 1 last year, but I couldn't put any in there, so I had to put a 0. However, we just took Math 1 in end of January, and we tested 14 students, and 3 students gained proficiency with 21%. Now, more importantly, we had 6 kids out of the 14 that was within 2 questions of being proficient. So if you recall last year, we added an additional foundation class in front, so we had 2 foundation class. So those kids are going to remediate in June and then retest. If 3 of those kids, just 3 out of that 6, cross the line, that'll put us at 42% for math. That would be huge for our school because we never had more than 2 kids gain proficiency in Math 1 in the school existence. So to get to 40, even to get to 21% is great, but when those kids have come so close, and the math teacher called, he said, I think I'm gonna get 50%. But you can't call when a kid misses about 1 or 2 questions. But I told him, I said, you had it on point. Because if 3 more of those kids get across the line, it's going to be a huge builder for our students' confidence and our teacher confidence. So those students remediate in June. Again, our goal is 40% proficiency. And looking at the data, the math 3 for 22, 23, and the biology, those are the same kids. It's only a small group. I think I explained it to you before. It's only 6 kids. 3 got it in math 3, and then 4 got it for biology. Very small cohort. But looking at it now, we're probably going to have biology scores because we got more than 30 kids in the biology category this year. So we went from 6 kids last year to over 30 in that category this year. And if you're wondering why so many kids, as of today, our enrollment is 219 kids. When I stood in front of you last year, it was 146. So now it's 219 kids that we have. We do have 100% in English 2 for the first semester. It was only 1 student, but she passed because it could have been 0, but it was 100%. So we'll take any small gain we can get. But the challenge is the math 1 scores won't count, even if they do get 40%, because it won't be enough. It won't be 30 scores at the end of the year. But English 2 and biology, we do expect to have those scores used based on the number of kids we have in those classes. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the roll-up of the past 3 years for all the categories. And what's noteworthy is the overall score, because this is what parents and community members look at when they decide whether to send their child to your school or not. That's what I did when I moved into Fayetteville. I looked for a school that had a C or above in performance grade, and that's the school we chose, for our children to attend. But all our EOC courses now have foundations in front of them before the kids go directly to. I think that's something that we had to ensure that we not only talked about doing, but executed and made it happen. And our kids are stronger and better for it. Now, when you put a plan together, just because it worked at another school, is it going to mean work at a different school? You got to tailor it, move it, work it. It takes years, it takes time in order to make it be consistent, because what you want to see is those stairs continue to grow. If you look at some of our scores, we went up and down, but we got to get consistent with the continuous growth, even if it's 1 point, but continue to move in the right direction. Next slide. So this is our training from the board based on our stipulation requirements. We did train on the 25th of January, and all board members attended, but I had to turn in this slide on the 26th, so I didn't want to take no chances of my slide not getting on the deck and then coming being in trouble. So I made sure they got there, but the training has led to a more knowledgeable board, more productive conversations, and much better relationship, to be honest, with the board and the school leadership. I mean, most of you guys were here when I came before. We had some challenges, but the training our board has went through so far has made a huge difference. It has made a huge difference. And I never thought the impact it will have on the success and just changing the positive environment of the school. But that's something I wanted to share with you guys. And as you can see, they're behind me, they're here, just like it's supposed to be. But that's from the training that we have done over the last couple of months. We even had a board retreat to get that started off right. So those are huge, and I thank the board for really supporting and not just saying it in words, but also in actions. Next slide. So this is a slide of the staff professional development. As I told this board before, I had some concerns about the skill set of the people in the building. I mean, to be successful, you gotta have the talent. Sometimes the talent walks through the door, but sometimes you have to build the talent yourself. So what we wanted to do is ensure that our staff, teachers, bus driver, custodians, child nutrition, everyone attends the professional developments, because I want everyone to be on the same sheet. What we found out during our retreat was we had some serious gaps between the way I thought about the process should be and how the staff and teachers saw the process. So we had to get together with our professional development team, which is the 66 executive wellness consultants, and try to close that gap. And one of the things that came out of that meeting was everyone needed to be in the meeting. It doesn't make sense for just the teachers to be there and other folks in the building kind of off doing their own thing. So we had some staff, I talked about the retreat. In September, we did create a culture of feedback because we wanted conversations going on throughout the building, not just the superintendent doing all the direction, telling folks what to do. We wanted feedback, teachers saying, well, we think this is a good idea, even staff saying things and making recommendations. We wanted everybody to have a voice in the process. We wanted to empower everyone in order to be successful. We did unpacking our school improvement goals. We want to look at them more deeply. And we talked about our 11 high probability instructional strategy, which is the core of our instructional practices at the school. And then we talk about doing what matters the most, again, for year one. There's a lot of things you can focus on, and I sometimes get distracted. But then I look back and say, what really matters most? Because there's no excuses. You know, we came up here for 10 years, and I know the board has told me, don't come back again with a bunch of excuses. That time is over, and we got to understand that. But someone has to be the keeper of the key to ensure that we stay focused on what matters most. And then we talked about where are we now? And I heard the school before say the same thing. You know, where are we now? Are we on track? Are we following our plan? Those things matter, but you got to say them out loud so that the entire staff hears them and you can have those discussions. Because it can't just be me saying, oh yeah, we're on track, and then the rest of the staff saying, we're way off track. You got to have those conversations. And then, of course, for myself, I have one-on-one administrative meetings with Dr. Chico Caldwell, and we talk about some of the things we want to discuss, you know, with the staff in our overall PLCs, professional development. And those things give him and I a chance to have some honest, transparent conversations. Because as I sit in my office, I don't have an assistant principal. I don't have any, it's me and then it's the teachers. So having that person to be able to bounce those ideas out and be clear and to be honest, knowing that I can share those things with him has made a huge difference for me. It gives me time to reflect and also to ask questions about, what do you think about this? This is what I'm thinking about doing. How do you feel about it? How do you think the staff is going to react? And then he meets with the staff, him and Ms. Bertha, who's had 30 years experience as an administrator, and kind of drill down on some of those questions for the staff. It alleviates me from coming, because when I come, everyone thinks it's punitive, no matter what I say or do. I tell them, be honest. They look at me and say, yeah, and then they don't be honest. But that's just human nature. You're not going to tell your boss all the bad things that you think about him. But you may tell it through someone else, or you may be honest and bring those things forward. So it's made a huge difference for us and for myself as far as developing and continuing to get better. Next slide, please. During the retreat, this is the last slide I put up for the staff during the retreat. And I said, this is our playbook. What we did last year was successful. So we need to fine tune that and make it better. And I listed some things that we did. And I realized when I was driving up here that I left off one of the most important things, and that's transportation. Because I always tell them, we got to get them here safely first. You got to get them in the building safely. And we go to the door to pick up our students. And parents love that. When other kids down the street, they go to the public schools, all stand in a group at a bus stop, our kids walk out the door, get on the bus, and we leave. And that's made a huge difference for a lot of parents. But we have morning confidence time where our teachers go around in the mess hall and talk to the students about lessons from yesterday, homework, helping them out throughout the morning. So that happens every morning. And then we do iReady at 30 minutes for lunch. When the middle schoolers go to lunch, the high schoolers do iReady and tutoring. And then when the high schoolers go to lunch, the middle schoolers do the same. Now, what I did with iReady this year is I kind of changed it around, because we talked about achievement gaps and grade levels. Well, sometimes you sit down and you think, if I got a student that's in the 6th grade and they're doing 3rd grade math and iReady, how is that helping them on the EOG? So what we do now is we take iReady, and whatever lesson the teacher is teaching in the classroom, those are the assignments getting iReady to complement those lessons. Because at the end of the day, we need 6th graders doing 6th grade math, doing 6th grade ELA. It's good to close the achievement gap and get them on grade level, but you can't do anything with a 6th grader who's working iReady on 3rd grade level math. So the math teachers appreciated that, the English teachers appreciated that, because now they see that there's meaningful conversations and questions about the lesson when the students in iReady working on what exactly they worked on in the classroom. So that was a process that took me some time to really execute it because I wasn't sure. But now getting feedback from the teachers, I feel like it was the right thing to do. We just waited a little bit, probably did it a year ago. But you live and you learn, you get smarter as you go. So we increased our enrollment again to 219 today. NC check-ins for all EOGs and EOC areas, we continue to do that. We now have 2 teachers in all middle school areas. Last year, our middle school kind of grew fast, and we kind of was overwhelmed with 28, 29 kids in the classroom. So now we have 2 ELA teachers, 2 middle school math teachers, 2 middle school science teachers, 2 middle social studies, and 2 middle PE. And then we'll start building, so now the classes are smaller, which also gives the opportunity to even grow more. Because now you can have enough 20 kids probably at every grade level to continue to grow in the middle school. Because those are the ones that come through the door almost every day. It's some of our middle school kids that their parents are not happy with them, so they bring them to Paul R. Brown so we can help try to get them back on track. And we do consistent data reviews. Whenever we have data to look at, we look at it as a staff and try to figure out what does this data tell us, because we're going to go where the data tells us to go. It's not opinionated, it's all facts. If you follow the data and accept what the data says, I think you're going to have a better chance of being successful. And then infrastructure improvements, those things make a huge difference. We got our parking lot repaved, we got our buses painted, we got our gym renovated, we got new desks, new chairs. All those things make a difference. When a parent walks up to our school now, they look at it and say, this is a nice school. I look at it and say, this is a nice school. It makes a huge difference. I wish I had a picture that showed you before and after, but I only got 8 slides, so I just figured I'd kind of explain it to you. And then we talked about building cleanliness. You know, I emphasize a school has to be clean. I don't want kids going to the latrine worrying about how disgusting it is. When they go in there to the latrine, I want them to go in there and say, hey, this looks nice, this is clean. And if it's not clean, I want to know. And that's important to me. Cleanliness is important. And then last year, we enrolled in the National School Lunch Program. So all our kids, if they are authorized free and reduced lunch, we give it to them. If they don't, they still eat free. Now, in Blaine County, we ECP, so we got free lunches and breakfast for everyone. But even before then, all our kids were eating for free. But feeding kids a nutritious meal makes a difference a lot across the board. I mean, it helps with discipline, helps with attendance, and helps their brain be able to function within the classroom. I tell kids all the time, you can't function, your brain can't function if you're hungry, because that's all you're focused on. So if a bus comes in late, our kids get to go in the mess hall, eat, and then go to class. I can spare that 5 minutes. I can spare that 10 minutes for them to get a nutritious meal. And what we plan on doing, looking down at the future, is at East Blaine, we have what we call a second chance breakfast. Some kids come in too early and don't want to eat. So after the first period, we built in a 10-minute block so they can have a chance to go down and get a Pop-Tart or something. They can at least eat something to help them function and their brain to be at its best. And then I add on here a healthy functioning board of directors. That, to me, is huge, because at one point, I almost walked away from this because of the board. It was just too much of a battle. I could use my time doing better things. But with a healthy, functioning board of directors, it has made a huge difference in the school and in their lives and support the mission of what we do at Paul R. Brown. And then our continued partnership with the 66 Executive Wellness Consultant, Dr. Chico Caldwell. He got here, Dr. Chico Caldwell and his wife, Ms. Bertha, sitting back there. So that's all I have, sir. Pending your questions. Was it a 2-minute warning?
We're actually past time, but that's all right.
We were letting go.
Okay. Pending your questions, sir. That's all I have.
Questions, comments from CSER members?
Thank you for that report. And I will say, doing this for a few years, to see all your board members here like this definitely shows a commitment on behalf of the school. The one question I have is, that's showing on your report, is where are you guys right now with your audit?
On our financial audit, sir, first of all, we gotta own it. It hasn't been turned in. We got a letter from the CPA. They said it'd be turned in by 31 December. It was not. When we reached out to her, we got an email responded back that said she'd be out of the office until February the 9th. So I don't know if she's sick or out. She did another letter that said it'd be done by February 29th. But I will tell you this, we are actively looking for someone else because we pay folks to make sure this is taken care of. And I think about it, I talked to the board chair and the finance director about this situation, and my thing is, we do all this hard work not to come up short on something that we really can't control like that, but it's heartbreaking.
Who's the auditor, if you don't mind me asking?
Rebecca Barr is her name. Yeah. I mean, she was our auditor for the last couple of years. You know, last year we did the same process, but to get that letter, cautionary letter from DPI was really, it was really heartbreaking.
Ashley, where does that, what's the ramification of that?
I mean, I think we give it some time to see if the audit, you know, materializes. They have a financial noncompliance from SBS. I can't, you know, the stipulation is very clear, but I think reasonable minds would look at the, like, work that they're doing, and to think that we're going to, like, revoke a charter right now because they have a late audit that's not their fault, I would have a hard time with that.
Has there been any kind of correspondence with the auditor to say what the deal is? I mean,
I know they have. I know there are several schools right now who have late audits, which is the same sort of thing we run into every year. I don't know the solution to the late audit situation, but I think that they are in a particularly unique situation where the auditor was basically MIA and not responsive for a little while. So that puts them in a very difficult position.
well, with the other stipulation, congratulations on meeting growth
Thank you, sir.
last year.
What is the makeup of your student body,
The-
ethnicity-wise?
We are probably predominantly African American, but we're also very close with, I would say Lumbee. Yeah, out of Robeson County. So we got about, out of Robeson County, Lumbee. Yeah, so that's pretty much the makeup. Then we got a few other sprinkled in, but pretty much African American and Lumbee.
So not heavily Hispanic?
Say again, ma'am?
No large Hispanic?
No. We have Hispanics, but not a large amount. But I would tell you, it's growing, and it's growing with more and more truly ELA students that have those that speak very little English. But I think that's because the word is getting around the families. I think they understand that we're a ELA friendly school. We work with the kids. We even purchased Rosetta Stone to help the kids get better, and we saw kids get better over time. But and I tell the teachers, just because they don't speak English doesn't mean they can't do it. They just do it in a different language. We had an ELA student that scored the highest in English too last year on the EOC.
I was just looking at the makeup of your board. I'm thinking you might want to diversify a little more.
I have had that conversation.
Other comments or questions?
Well, you'd be commended for the amount of Spanish literature, Spanish information that you have on your website for those families, even given that it's not a large part of your population. You are communicating, reaching out to them in their language. That's great.
Yes, ma'am. We try to send all documentation to the house in English and Spanish.
Dr. Ray, what do you attribute your growth in student population?
I think the one of the main ones is the transportation, because I heard a lot from parents. You know, if you're in Cumberland County and you get sent to alternative school, your parent has to get you to the school and from the school. So we're not an alternative school, but we do provide transportation to and from the house. And I would think the, you know, word of mouth, because when a parent comes in from another county, the first question I asked them is, well, how did you hear about Paula Brown? And one lady, she did shopping. She said, well, my son is autistic, and he went to the doctor, and he was having problems, challenges in school, and she recommended Paula Brown. I mean, She said she recommended Paul R. Brown. I mean, he had been to like 3 or 4 different schools. And I was like, wow, we got medical folks, that knows about the work we try to do at Paul R. Brown. So, word of mouth is, yeah.
So you don't have cluster stops?
No, ma'am.
It's like you go to the individual.
Yeah. We thought about cluster stops, but I know some schools are successful with that. But when you start a process and then you change it, you might not see the same success. Kind of,
Any other comments, questions? All right, thank you so much. Thanks for coming in today.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, I think next on the agenda is lunch. We're a little bit ahead of schedule.
It's here. Lunch is here, set up, ready to go. But after lunch, we are waiting on some schools to come in, right, Ashley?
Yes,
Jolt
but I
CVA.
think they should, hopefully they'll be here a bit early. We always ask them to be 30 minutes ahead.
Why don't we plan to reconvene at 1:15?
Okay. Yeah, I would,
Try to get a little bit of a head start.
okay.
So we'll break and come back at 1:15.
All right, 1:15.
Do you want to go downstairs and try and get that ID? Yeah.
Ashley,
Yes.
is the technician coming back today?
At the end, probably, yeah.
Oh, at the end. Sorry, press it.
There we go.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to reconvene. Next on the agenda this afternoon, what we have are two schools that are being recommended for non-renewal from the office and for ultimately for CSRB to make a decision on. We're going to hear from first representatives from DPI related to Children's Village Academy. I believe it was in late 2023 when we were first brought forward, some information was brought forward to us about Children's Village Academy. And so we'll look for an update on that. And representatives from Children's Village Academy have been invited to present as well. And we'll also hear from representatives from Ridgeview Charter School. I would remind, we're not actually making a vote today on these two schools. This was an opportunity since both of these schools, as currently recommended, would be up for non-renewal. We wanted to invite the schools back to share anything they wanted to share before we would actually make any kind of vote in March. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Brigman, excuse me, Brigman from NCDPI.
Hopefully you can bear with me. Not completely out from under the weather, but I'm not contagious. I'm good to go. I just have this nagging cough that will not stop. So if I have to stop and get water, just excuse me for that. But I am Susan Brigman. I'm the Section Chief for Specialty Programs in the Office of Federal Programs at DPI. And I'm just going to provide you with a few updates on where we are with two monitoring events for Children's Village Academy. The first one is a fiscal monitoring review that was conducted for their summer mini grant. And currently we have just issued a final follow-up letter to the organization this morning. We have received all documentation that we have requested from them to make an adequate determination of where we need to move forward with this particular monitoring event. Right now, as it stands, we are requesting $162,597.91 to be repaid for outstanding question costs, and those were just for unallowable expenses charged to the grant. Another finding that is still standing is that they did not obtain prior budget approval for furniture, equipment, and computing devices, and had not inventoried any of those items for 21st Century. And so in this follow-up letter, the required action is that they have to upload an updated inventory listing that encompasses all furniture, equipment, and computing devices purchased with 21st Century funds, including those from Cohort 13, the 2021 Summer Mini Grant, the Cohort 15 Grant, and the 2023 Summer Mini Grant. The other finding that is still standing is failure to establish and maintain effective internal control over the federal award that provides reasonable assurances that CVA is managing the 21st Century Grant funds in compliance with federal statutes, regulations, and the terms of the award. And so the required action for this one is that going forward, the subgrantee must submit supporting documentation for all PRC 110 expenditure drawdowns in Bass, and that supporting documentation is due the same day as the realignment in Bass occurs. We also would like to provide a couple of recommendations in addition to some follow-up for these final findings. Because of the unique nature of the 21st Century program, it does demand a more hands-on approach to ensure that its optimal implementation and effectiveness is happening. That's why we are strongly recommending that the CVA Board of Directors hire a program director who is physically present in North Carolina to not only enhance the day-to-day oversight, but to foster a connection with the local community, stakeholders, and program participants. We just strongly feel that a local presence allows for the swift identification and resolution of any challenges or concerns that may arise, and just ensure a smoother operation of the program. The other recommendation is that we are strongly encouraging that the program director or a designated representative regularly attend our monthly 21st Century statewide meetings, webinars, and/or professional development opportunities that are provided by NCDPI. We provide all updates and lots of training throughout the year that would be very beneficial for any of our 21st Century programs. So basically at this time, the last order for this particular monitoring is that they will have to repay the $162,597.91.
Is this, I don't see this letter in our board packet. Is this something we?
It's on e-board.
It's on e-board?
Really?
I don't
Not
see
seeing
it.
it.
Or is it late?
It's 54A SNG
Mm-hmm. It's the summer mini grant monitoring. There's a fiscal one and there's also a programmatic one, follow-up letter.
See it.
Go to the agenda.
That's right.
That's where we are.
I got one. I brought me one too. Thank you.
Well, I see them from on here, but I'll forward them.
Yeah,
But-
same here. I have a PowerPoint and PDF, but I don't have.
There's
the
a
But you don't have the letter.
There's a PowerPoint and then there's
Let me
letters
refresh.
From the
from the
attorneys.
attorneys from the school, but I don't see this letter.
So the deadline for response for the fiscal monitoring event is Friday, February 16th. We've ordered repayment by February 16th. So they have 10 business days to submit that payment.
If you refresh, you'll probably show up. I did.
Do you want me to go ahead and go with the program
Yes.
one too, or
Yeah.
wait just a minute?
Do you guys want to have questions about this one first, or, okay?
Okay, and so for the programmatic monitoring of the same summer mini grant, we do two types of monitoring. One is fiscal, so that's where we look at expenses, reimbursements, drawdowns, all of that. And then the program looks at the actual programming, the attendance, making sure that they're meeting those type enrollment goals. So the follow-up letter that has just gone out this morning for this as well, there are still 3 indicators that have not been resolved. For indicators 1.2 and 1.3, we are saying that the subgrantee must establish and implement written attendance processes and procedures, including but not limited to daily sign-in and sign-out sheets with actual student and/or parent signatures recorded. These written policies and procedures must be submitted to the regional program administrator for review. Additionally, the subgrantee will be subject to unannounced on-site verification and a request for attendance documentation outside of a regularly scheduled monitoring event at the discretion of the program administrator. For indicator 3.1, the subgrantee failed to get completed background checks in accordance with the parameters in our grant guidance. However, they have made a good faith effort in this area by having the background checks completed after the finding was issued. However, moving forward, the subgrantee must adhere to the current background certification requirements in the grant guidance document, and they have to develop and submit written policies and procedures for securing background checks prior to employees working with students. Additionally, completed background checks are subject to unannounced verification by our office. We could not clear these particular findings. However, we have worked with the grantee we're asking them to establish policies and procedures to prevent this type of issue going forward. But there's no way to put them completely into compliance because there's no way to go back and say these background checks were completed prior to them working with children. But as we move forward, they would have to show that they have remedied that problem. And so that's where, and their response for that is due back also on February 16th. Those processes and procedures that they have to develop. And that's all I have for our update for the 2 monitorings that we have.
So both, just to clarify, both of these letters went to them today?
Today.
You state that, excuse me, that $162,000 need to be repaid by when, did you say?
February 16th, 10 business days.
That's a week from Friday. Is that a normal time to?
Yes.
Your normal procedure is 2 weeks?
Yes.
But how would it be 2 weeks if the letter just went out today?
It's business days. So 5 days this week, 5 days next week.
Had you had any verbal conversations, what your findings were and what needs to happen? Or will this be the first time they hear about it?
Now, there's been communication throughout this entire process with them, between them and the program administrator. The last correspondence that they had let them know that it was going to division leadership, which is Alex Charles. And so after he reviewed it, he agreed with the findings of the fiscal monitor and the program administrator, and that's why we issued these letters today.
And I appreciate that, but as far as how much they need to pay back and when they need to pay it back, the first they're gonna hear about it is when they get this letter?
They actually received letters prior to this that the amount was twice this much. So it shows that it has been reduced based on what they have submitted over the last several months to us. Originally, that we were asking for repayment for almost $400,000. So they were aware that it was much more than this, but now this is actually a smaller amount than what they have seen in the last letter.
And what do you attribute the smaller amount to?
They were able to provide us some justification for some time and effort documentation that was left out of the original submission. But the 162, 597, those are all considered unallowable charges. There's nothing that you could present to us that would let us clear that.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Really, the school can come and do their presentation.
Good evening. I am Ms. Jones, school principal at Children's Village Academy, and I'll begin with some background information about the school. CVA was established in 1997 and is the first and only existing charter in Kinston, North Carolina, serving grades kindergarten through 8. CVA has one class per grade, averaging 17 students per class, and its demographics consist of 80% economically disadvantaged students. CVA provides a warm and welcoming environment where students are loved and cared for, and children are taught core subjects, lessons on character and citizenship, and engage in extracurricular classes. For most of its 2 decades in existence, CVA has maintained high growth with scores of 80 or higher while serving one of the highest EDS populations in the county. Today, we are here to present on the school's finance and governance and to convey the school's action plan to address some key concerns, beginning with some general financial concerns.
I'm going to pause if I may. Can you let us know who from the school and the board is here today?
This is Dr. Troublefield, our CVA board chair. And online, we should have our other board members, Mr. James Harper and Ms. Valerie Sharber and Peggy Carr.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding the inadequate documentation for a loan from a board member, we've partnered with McCaffrey Accounting Solutions to conduct the forensic accounting analysis of the 2008 loan. And as a result, we've identified all loan-related cash flows between the board member and the school, determined the outstanding loan balances as of December 2023, collaborated with the auditor to reflect the loan obligation accurately on the restated 22-23 audited financial statements. And we have worked with legal counsel to consolidate loan terms into new consolidated loan agreement. At this time, I will turn it over to Terrence McCaffrey, the accountant, who will give more details about his financial analysis and recommendations. He's online.
Yes, hi. This is Terrence McCaffrey. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Great. Okay, they've asked me to kind of just quickly run through the analysis that I performed on the specific issue around the board director to school loan. Basically, what I did is a deep down, detailed financial analysis looking at all transactions from 2007 to 2023, identified which ones of those were loans, and then went from there to ensure each one was what it was really for, to reconstruct the history of this transaction. There is a detailed procedures that I followed that were part of their attachment 1A in the packet that was presented. If you want to look deeper into that, I'm not sure you want to, but it's there to know what I did. The findings were basically there was 2 loans identified in that period. The first loan was in 2008 for $188,000 from the director. That loan was evidenced by a promissory note with a 9% interest rate and a 5-year term. But the promissory note did not specifically show how the interest and principal should be paid back and calculated. So what we need to do is reconstruct the amortization schedule for that loan, and that's what we did. The board member has agreed to defer accrual of that interest for the first 2 years of loan, 2008, 2009. And in 2010, the school began to pay back the loan at $2,000 a month. And so they paid from 2010 to 2023. And at the end of 2023, the outstanding balance on that loan is down to $13,427. So from 188 to 13,000. The board member has graciously forgiven the remaining outstanding balance for this loan. That forgiveness will be documented in the new loan agreement to make it legal and official there. A second loan was identified in September 2022 for $31,500. There's no formal promissory note for that, but we were able to evidence that loan through looking at bank records showing a wire transfer from the director to the school. So that was evidenced through third-party records. There has been no repayment of that loan to date. The board member again agreed to defer the interest on this loan until July 1st, 2024. Then we have established a 3-year repayment schedule to begin after that deferral of the interest. And that is also attached to the package, the new loan agreement. Okay. The outcome basically is that both outstanding balances, right, and the forgiveness are now documented in a consolidated loan agreement with the amortization schedule over a 3-year payback period. Okay. The agreement provides clarity and certainty around the school's financial obligations, and now we can use that to properly reflect that obligation in a restated audited financials for last year. What we plan to do next steps is we plan to use the same methodology to start investigating and responding to the non-loan financial concerns that were raised by DPI. So just a quick overview of what we've done so far and kind of our methodology in doing it. Okay, I'll turn that back over to the board or to Jessica.
Thank you. The CVA Board of Directors will move forward with additional action steps to address general financial concerns that include contracting with a known industry financial leader, Charter Success Partners, to improve the internal controls of CVA. As a result, CVA will have an improved separation of duty and insight from an objective third party to strengthen the school's internal controls further. This allows CVA to adopt industry best practices in financial operations. CVA will also continue to partnership with McCaffrey Accounting Solutions to resolve questions regarding 21st century programming funds and other finance concerns. McCaffrey Accounting Solution will employ the same forensic financial analysis for every transaction in question, and CVA will repay or seek reimbursement for all relevant funds. In regards to the general governance concerns, such as missing board minutes or inadequacy in policies of conflict of interest, CVA is committed to improving its document management procedures, and we acknowledge the unfortunate loss of some past board meeting minutes, and CVA is working to clarify access to board meeting minutes damaged in past hurricanes. CVA has created a folder with all available board meeting minutes and will continue to recover as many documents as possible. CVA is revising governance policy to ensure adherence to state laws, regulations, and its own bylaws and policies. The CVA Board of Directors will adopt revised policies in the February board meeting and enlist its attorney's assistance to ensure compliance with CVA's conflict of interest policy, nepotism, and open meetings law. The CVA Board of Directors has resolved to complete board corrective actions by implementing a plan to address financial and governance procedures, including related DPI findings. Board training has been scheduled to ensure compliance and strengthen the board to ensure ongoing governance oversight. The board is committed to ensuring the continued signing of annual verification regarding the conflict of interest and nepotism policies and agreeing to abide by their terms. As a result, the CVA Board of Directors will consistently operate in compliance with governance best practices. CVA is committed to board development and to ensuring ongoing compliant board oversight through continued board training and comprehensive board member recruitment. In fact, a new board member was voted in a month ago, who is a contracted attorney specializing in conflict of interest. It is the goal of the board to continue recruitment of board members with expertise in the areas of finance, education, and school policies and procedures. CVA is partnering with experts and will continue the partnership to improve operational and internal controls. These experts include attorney David Hostetler, Charter School Success for the Finance, and McCaffrey Accounting Solutions, a certified public accountant. We are confident that these steps will ensure that CVA continues to operate in compliance with all legal requirements and recommendations. We hope that the Charter School Review Board takes into consideration these steps for improvement, and renews the CVA's charter so that it may continue its mission successfully serving at-risk populations in Kinston and surrounding areas. The school is more than just any school. It is a home away from home for many of our youth. In ways, it has been a safe haven for youth trying to escape the ills in the community. For the student who was chased to and from school by gang members, it was his place of refuge and protection. And now this young man is a productive citizen in society with no gang affiliation. For the students who've attended CVA from kindergarten to 8th grade and went on to get numerous scholarships to colleges, one that's now in the medical field, another who is an officer of the law, and even one who serves as a college advisor at the local high school. CVA provides for the needs of its families outside of the classroom, which is evident by the families who take advantage of the food pantry to feed their children, or the mother that the school rallied behind to help provide beds for her children to sleep on. For this reason and many more, CVA is a school worth saving because it is a school of choice and a choice that the Kinston community needs. Again, we urge the Charter School Review Board to take all these things, including the steps that the board is taking to make the necessary improvements, into consideration in determining the renewal of CVA's charter. Did you like to add anything? Any questions?
I have a question for Mr. McGaffey, is that correct?
McCaffrey.
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 Yes.
McCaffrey.
Yes.
In reference to the loan of $188,777 in 2008.
Yes.
According to your attachment 1 at number 4, at the time of the note, $20,000 in principal was added, and the promissory note was actually $208,336. Is that correct?
The principal note did reference a $20,000 estimated interest. That was just for the first 2 years, was no interest accrued at all. So that was dismissed as part of the renegotiation of the agreement.
So at the time of the note was $208,336 with 9% interest for 5 years, right? But the
Yes,
note
yes,
amount had
that's how it's
interest-
written, yes.
But the note amount had $20,000 in interest added into the amount of the loan itself, with interest being charged on the loan at 9%. It's the way it is stated in attachment 1.
Yeah.
Which means that
Yeah.
they've had to pay $4,000 a month if they were going to pay that back in 5 years. So the note was not an enactable note to begin with if they were paid
Yeah.
$2,000 a month. But also, it indicates in attachment 1 that Dr. Carr would be paid about $20,000. So it was estimated at the time of the note that $20,000 in interest would be paid. But indeed, if they've paid over $300,000, I have $322 back already, and $174,909 of that was principal. Then they've actually paid $141,091 in interest to date. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So actually, their interest is more at a 10% rate so far for these past 13 years, but it did extend it from 5 years to 13 years. So I think, so my question
Yeah, I
is,
do know what the effective interest rate is, but I can calculate that, but I don't think it's 10%.
so I know things shifted and nothing kind of went according to plan and there was not a lot of documentation. But if on the front end, if it was estimated or projected that Dr. Carr would receive about $20,000 in interest, but indeed, by the time we get to this point, $141,000 has been paid in interest. What does that say about what the school still owes to the lender?
What it still owes to the lender for that loan is $13,000.
So the interest that continues to accrue, I know she's saying that's forgiven. But
Yeah, what we did, just to clarify, what we did is we took the assumption, you point out a very good point. The promissory note is not well written at all, right? So what we did is we stepped back and said, okay, really what actually happened was the first 2 years, nothing was paid back, and the board renegotiated kind of the new agreement. And so in 2010, they started paying the money back at $2,000 a month. So we started there and then did a amortization schedule to determine what portion of that $2,000 a month is principal and what is interest, just like any other loan, right? Standard calculation. And that's how we came up with the $13,000 over, is that we ran that schedule, and at the end of last year, that schedule shows $13,000 still owed.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have any other questions?
Questions or comments? I have a question out of curiosity more than anything else. Why were your board minutes historically not digitized? Because I read where you're saying that storms resulted in your loss of meeting minutes.
So a bulk of hard copy minutes, they were not digitized prior to, well, at least we do not have access to any of those that were digitized before 2011. So a bulk of the hard copies were stored in attic spaces and basement areas of the school. And when the storm hit, we had a significant amount of water damage to the roof areas, basement areas, and a lot of things had to be discarded.
Okay, I just find that curious. 2011, you were still handwriting minutes. But, be that as it may.
Mr. McCaffrey, how long have you been working with CVA? Or assisting them?
I was engaged at the beginning of January, like January 11th. So very short time.
So all this documentation that you're showing us is basically things that you've recreated based on knowledge of the loans, is that correct?
Yeah, it's based on the books and records, so everything that's in links. I went back until 2007 and went through each transaction to identify, yes, the loan-related documents or loan-related transactions. That's correct.
You stated your correction action plans going forward.
Yes, sir.
Which I appreciate. Why did it take this pretty humongous emergency for you to do that? Why were you not?
Well-
Hindsight, what could you have done different?
We never been faced with a challenge like this before.
More-
Throughout the years, we have had many, many challenges, but this was one that was an oversight And we thought everything was going smoothly, and we didn't expect this. But now, since we have everything intact, and we're going forward, and we just ask the board to work with us. And I know that right now, you're not considering right now is to renew our charter, but our school is one of the best things that happened in Kinston. And a lot of parents, they have been crying because they have heard the news that we are on the verge of not getting our charter renewed. They've been coming to the school crying and begging, and a lot of them want to be here today to plead their case that we keep our school open. So in consideration, I know we have made some mistakes in the past, but we, like we said, we're correcting a lot of those things, and we just ask you to work with us and consider to renew our charter.
Yeah, so also prior to getting the audits, reviewing audits, not having any findings or, you know, I guess key indicators that would tell us like something is terribly wrong. It was just a lot of this was very surprising to see. Some of the findings that could have definitely, there are ways that we could have provided stronger structures, internal strong structures to foresee some of the things that we're learning about now. So definitely what could have been done was much more oversight from myself as well as our board members into a lot of these issues and internal controls, but just not anticipating or foreseeing that it was anything this bad that was going on prior to.
Do you have the funds to repay this $162,000 a week from Friday?
No, sir.
You do not?
We will have to go back and definitely look at the budget, but we still have funds we're still waiting to anticipate and come in, especially from the other 21st century source as well. I just don't foresee being able to pay back $162,000 in the next 2 weeks. But again, we're just getting this notice today. So again, this is something I have to go back to with my board and accountant firm and make some arrangements to discuss. We do have a hearing scheduled on the 19th with 21st Century, actually to discuss the findings before. But again, we got these letters this morning, so we have to take what we have now and move forward.
Questions or comments?
That hearing, to me, on the 19th is gonna be crucial. Obviously, we got some letters back from both the board and an attorney, and there were still things that I think that were discussed in the December meeting that weren't addressed in either one of those letters with regard to different things that were happening as far as businesses that might have been associated with the school, like a U-Haul, hearing things like that. So obviously, that hearing is gonna mean a lot for the decision that gets made with regard to how the school moves forward, just my opinion. Sitting here right now, there's two different versions of what's going on with the finances, and getting the clarity from that is gonna be important.
Is Dr. Peggy Carr still the vice chair?
Yeah.
Yes,
Vice chair of your board? Is she present remotely or otherwise?
remotely.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
I see Peggy, okay.
I appreciate the update. The board is committing itself to making some necessary changes here. But we haven't really heard from the board. I'm hearing from you. So I don't know if there's a board member who would want to say anything to reaffirm that the board owns the charter, and the board owns fixing this, if they were to be renewed, or even taking steps before that renewal vote.
Other than, our board chair can express that sentiment to their commitment, the board's commitment, but I'm not sure if and one online. Yes. Can affirm to that.
This is Board Member Harper. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I am the recently reinstated treasurer for the board. I have been a board member since its inception. And as Principal Jones shared with you, over the years, our reliance on our audits never showed us that we were close to even being near financial disaster, as it were. When that hit us, it was like a ton of bricks. But at the point, it was like, okay, we have this information now. What do we do with it? So we engaged the experts that were shared with you earlier, our attorney, Mr. McAfee, and the others who have years of experience with charter schools, operations, maintenance, and those kinds of things, to right our ship. So the board has a commitment to put our house in order, if you will. And those things that have been identified to us, yes, financially and the governance are the total responsibility of the board. And our board is willing, ready, and able to move forward. The financial side of the house will require some additional monies that we will have to apply for, and cross our fingers that they come in a timely fashion so that we can put these items in motion that we resolve on a monthly basis, as we have throughout our time and tenure on this board. So look at our financials. Now, we do that line by line. We'll look at the amount of monies that we're receiving from the federal, state, and local sources for the operation of the school. And our audits have shown that we have been balanced, had balanced budgets throughout at least a 15-year period. And surprised at this, yes, we were. But again, I say these things have been identified to us. We put forth these actions to put ourselves in a posture that we are financially balanced, that we are still continuing to provide education to these marginalized students that come our way. We are proud of the ones that have gone through, but again, back to the business side of the house, we are putting our business in order via these steps that we have shared with you here today, and we have a full commitment from all of the board members. I would not be on camera here today because I had an emergency here at my home. My basement flooded, so that precluded my being there, but I would have been there in person to offer my support and pledge that this board will move forward with those actions that we've shared with you today, put ourselves back again in financial status that is commensurate with our charter. Thank you.
Thank you. How many students do you have this right now?
151.
151. What did you build the original budget at when you started the school year?
It was set for 170, I do believe.
Yeah, I think, following up on something Dr. Eldridge said, I think there was some other information that was presented to us. Again, that was one side, I want to acknowledge that, about some other concerns. You addressed some of it, but one of them was the nepotism, and I think there was questions about the payment to a bus driver, who the bus driver was, how much did they actually work. There was some furniture, some things that I guess perhaps we'll learn about.
What they hearing?
Greater clarity.
Through the 21st century?
Greater clarity
Okay.
I know myself, I would like to see your bylaws, and I'd like to know exactly what, you talked about having, this process has brought to light some things you need to change, whether it's about how your financial documents or loans or paperwork is drafted, to nepotism policy, to open meeting laws. I'd like to know before March what specifically has been changed in all those areas. I'd like to see your board bylaws.
Mm-hmm.
Get those submitted through the Office of Charter
Yeah,
Schools?
you can submit those to the Office of Charter Schools.
Okay.
Yeah, and just thinking about loans and the no indebtedness clause and things like that, you would think some of these things would show in an audit that, you know, that it just wasn't over time, it would stick itself out, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm going back to the question, and
Yeah.
I'm just curious, like your auditor would have your board meeting minutes, presumably, right?
Right, for
For the history of the school.
for the history of the school. Well, we have a new auditor this year. For years, the school was using a totally different auditor. I think that was with them since the beginning. When she retired this past school year, we did have to contract with a different auditor. So we may be able to follow up with that previous auditor and get those things as well, those board meeting minutes. And I'm not going to say that everything was handwritten prior to 2011, but the secretary, the board members, the people who would have had these minutes are no longer at the school or with the school. And I am working with a past recorder who's trying to send me as much of the minutes that she still has so that we can compile them into the folder.
How long have you been there?
I have been principal at the school since 2016-17. Before that, I was employed at the school as a teacher.
Okay. And so this school was on the 3-year renewal.
Yeah, originally, when we started this renewals, the first set of recommendations we were receiving from OCS had this as a 3-year suggestion. Then we received the information that we received back in December, and I think since then, am I correct, Ms. Macaro, that it's been shifted to a recommendation from the office as a non-renewal? That doesn't mean ultimately that decision rests with this body.
Understandable, yeah.
But finances have always, because I heard that there've been clean audits, but that's not always been the case, hasn't there been non-compliance issues with finances?
For CVA,
Yeah.
I'd have to look, I don't have that pulled up. right now.
Yeah, I couldn't pull up that form either, I thought we had discussed that. Yeah,
The non-renewal recommendation is in line with looking at the academics, which was placing them at a 3-year, and then adding the compliance data, which we did not have when we first made our recommendation. But the compliance findings are substantial, and although they've been recently discovered, indicate a long-term problem, not something that happened in, a year.
So what is happening between today and when we reconvene on March 10th or 11th, or not, when is it?
Well, that will give us a month to provide any additional information to you that might come from the school, might come from these other DPI divisions, and then as Ms. Jones stated, they do have a hearing on the 19th of February appealing the findings from the federal programs report. And that's in front of an independent hearing officer. So that will give us time also for that to take place, and then for those findings to be provided. I will have to see exactly how long the timeline is for those findings to be provided, but I'm hoping they will be provided before your March meeting. So tentatively, the renewal vote is set for probably March 11th or 12th. And pending anything else that comes up that might need to delay that.
Okay. And the additional information that he requested, will you be sending, or you guys be sending me something to send back the copy of bylaws or other things that?
Yes, we can. And if there's anything, just like all of our renewal schools, if there's anything you want to provide before the renewal vote,
I can send it to
supplemental,
Jenna.
we accept that on your behalf and provide that to the board.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
We have Dr. Carr on the line. I feel like I'd like to ask her a question. You there, Dr. Carr?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
You obviously are invested in this school. If I remember reading my notes correctly, you even maybe took out a mortgage on your home back in 2008 and your retirement fund, and you pulled together all these funds to loan the school. And I just want to confirm, they're saying that there was no amortization note, there are no notes about repayment. Did you not keep any personal notes about the funds that were owed you and payments that were made, anything that could have been surrendered for our purposes here?
Your voice went out a little bit, but let me say that yes, we did keep notes. We discussed, the board and I discussed what needed to happen as the board moved into, someone mentioned earlier, a financial monitoring status in 2011, right after the loan was made, and the board had to put together a substantial obligation to show good faith effort to stabilize the school finances. I want to say the agreement was $50K a year. So that is why the 2-year, actually it was a little over 2-year deferment was put in place. And so the original schedule of 5 years, we collectively, the board and I, decided to defer that. And so that schedule, that 5-year schedule, was essentially abandoned. We subsequently, every year, renewed the financial review of where we were with the loan with the 2,000, which is what the school could afford to pay. And so, yes, we were constantly looking at it. We also tried to figure out a way to sort of rectify the loan over that 13-year period by going to financial institutions to ask for commercial loans. The school was never successfully able to do that, but there were other things that we were trying to do to make sure that the school could function, not just the loan, and we would address that as part of the overall concern to keep the school operating and focused on the students.
Okay, thank you.
And John, to clarify, they were placed on financial disciplinary status for signs of fiscal insolvency in 2012, so before probably all of us. And it looks like they continue to work with school business to get on stronger financial standing for, it looks like, until 2015. Yeah, yeah.
I have a question, if I may bring back Dr. Brigman to the mic. Dr.
Susan
Brigman.
Brigman.
Yeah, from
Yeah.
Susan.
Susan.
Sure.
I'm just curious, because they've now got, we've learned today that they owe $162,000, which is gonna be due in about 10 business days. We've heard them say they don't have that money.
Right.
Is there any what happens next? Is there any precedent for? or if
Our
the answer is you're not
typical.
sure, that's okay, I was just curious.
Right, yeah. For a typical situation like this, it is grounds for us to move towards termination of the grant program. Any excessive question costs, if they're not able to repay that, and even sometimes when they do repay it, it doesn't prohibit us from moving towards termination based on all of the different compliance issues that we have. So right now, I mean, the final decision is not up to me. It is our senior director. He is not able to be here today. He is traveling to a conference. But I will definitely catch him up to speed on where we are and let him know that they've already said that they may not have the funds to repay it. But in my experience, if they're not able to repay it, then that's one of the grounds for us to move towards termination of the grant program.
Thank you.
Is this also not something that's, is this part of the appeal or the hearing on the 19th?
No, I think that needs to be clarified, and I don't know
Thank you.
if somebody else from DPI Legal would like to clarify that for you. I didn't want there to be confusion. Ours is just now moving to the point where they could actually appeal us asking for the question cost. This particular appeal is based on the information that you all received in December, not on just this summer and mini grant. So does anybody want to speak to that? You okay? Yeah, it's not about this particular 162.
So that, this could be appealed is what you're saying?
Yes, that's the process. It's in the letter. It lets them know what the appeals process is, yes.
Thank you.
This is David Hostetler, the school attorney. Could I ask a question or two?
The attorney.
So do y'all?
David Hostetler online.
Sure.
Yes, thank you. I haven't had a chance to review the letter. Just before I got onto this meeting, I saw an email that this letter had come through. I will say it's been a very somewhat difficult process for everybody involved navigating these notices and processes. And with this letter, I'm assuming that it grants the same appeal right, so that would give the school 30 days to within which to request an appeal, and then the process of setting up a hearing. I will note that the letters we've received so far regarding the matters we're appealing are a bit of a mishmash of 21st century CCLC findings and investigative findings that really don't fall under CCLC. So all that to say is it's been a rather confusing, from my perspective, a bit convoluted process. And I believe that the matters that are being identified in this letter now, and I'd have to check myself, do overlap with the prior letters we've received. So we're going to have to sort that out and work with the attorneys to come up with a process. But it won't be, if the school is forced to appeal, matters won't be resolved before your March meeting.
Thank you for that. Any final questions or comments from CSRB members?
If, this may be for Susan Frick, if they lose their grant, aren't there some funds from this year that have been requested that, will there be some other holes in their budget from that? When there's something earlier, that their funds have been held up for their reimbursements for this year, but they're still charging it? Is that true or not?
Is that correct?
Is it for me or Susan?
I think it'd be interesting to get both of your perspectives on that.
Yes, our cohort 15 funds are being still delayed during this process.
Right, our typical process is if there are outstanding findings, we cannot provide access to any future funds until all of those findings and things have been resolved, and any question costs that are due back. And that is for any program. It's not just.
All right, next I think we have Ridgeview Charter School. Good afternoon. If your team wants to take that first table there, that's fine.
Okay. Good afternoon.
If you wouldn't mind, start by just introducing who you have here with you today.
We have our board chair, Attorney Colleen Samuels, Dr. Doris Sanders, who's one of the admin at the school, and Mr. Washington, who is one of our teachers and who has a long history in education and has been a former judge and all of those things. So he is on our staff with the students.
And you are?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Rochelle Williams. I'm the founder and principal of Ridgeview Charter School.
So how many board members do we have here today?
We have one represented. I'm not sure, the others were en route, so I hope they're okay. They were on their way here today, so have not heard anything from them. Okay. Thank you for your time today. I'm standing before you on behalf of Ridgeview Charter School to present to you our academic plan to turn the school around in its performance. We have taken the time to title this turnaround plan, and we're calling it Make Learning Contagious. This is not a pun on the COVID virus. However, in our mantra, Make Learning Contagious, we've defined success with the analogy of a passionate teacher infecting students with a desire to fall in love with the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. The quest will increase understanding of a given subject and improve the academic performance. To achieve this vision, we must establish a robust infrastructure focusing on 3 fundamental areas: educator development, continuous internal measurement of program success, and collaborative partnerships. Who are we? Ridgeview Charter School opened in 2019, and we faced the challenges posed by the pandemic. Since that time, we have demonstrated organizational success through increased enrollment, stable governance, and a strong financial portfolio with a history of clean annual audits. Student improvement has been evident with a decrease in behavioral incidents and conduct, an increase in student attendance, and teacher responsiveness to process and procedure. Gastonia is located in an economically disadvantaged area of Gastonia, North Carolina. The demographics there, based upon the census reporter, says that 10% are non-degreed in the households there, 56.7 are high school degreed, 32.8 have a bachelor's or above, with less than 3% having graduate degrees. 14.2% live below poverty. The per capita income is $34,000, with over half the household being led by females. 52% of the population is white, 28% black, 11% Hispanic. At Ridgeview, the profile of our student body has consistently been 40 to 50% student mobility. Over 95% qualify for free and reduced. This year, our numbers for African American has reduced to 72%, while our Hispanic numbers have increased to 17.5%. 8.6% of our student population identify as 2 or more racial groups, and 2.1% identify as white, with half our population being 50-50 male and female. This academic year, we've also seen an increase in those numbers of students with food insecurities, homelessness, and a need for psychosocial support. Those numbers have actually tripled in the last year. We have also, with our registrar, have noted that many of our students who come to Ridgeview are unsuccessful at the area schools that are around us, which happen to be low performing as well. So we are receiving many students who are unsuccessful in those schools. In our last 2 years, we were able to take the EOGs. And the first year, we saw our performance and knew that we had to do some things differently. We organized a new position in our management, which included a dean, to make sure that classrooms were being monitored and teachers were being coached. This last year, with getting our second round of data from EOGs, we knew that we had to do a deep dive and do some things differently. From that, we changed our ELA curriculum to that of the open court, our math curriculum, and we have changed our MAP testing from iStation to the NWEA. We looked at what was contributing to our low performance, and with the data from our NWEA this year, our projections were not what we would have wanted. We actually, I don't know if it's appropriate to give it to you now, but we have the data from the NWEA from the first rounds with the projections that are not in there. But it shows that our spring projections still show that 72% will still be below in reading and 71.3 in math. It shows the majority of our students falling at 3 and 4 in the spring EOGs. So with that, we took another deep dive over Christmas and did some modifications to our plan. But if you would look at our action steps in that graph there, a lot of our energy is going towards staff. Last year, we appointed an academic dean. We increased our budget to increase the number of instructional specialists. We are still researching and deciding if we want to work with a consulting firm, a management company. We're identifying and securing teacher development opportunities. Last year, we put a round of staff in Teach Like a Champion and got great results. So we're actually contacting Teach for America themselves to have them train our entire staff with the ESSER funds. And we're increasing our monitoring of grade level meetings. That started last year. So our plans did not start as a result of the non-renewal status. We've been cognizant of our standing and working towards improvement since. This year, we continue with our Teach Like a Champion training. The board had a very deep discussion as far as our leadership and what it needs to look like. And as a result of that meeting, we're looking to move me out of the principal's role and add someone who has turned around a school successfully. So we are poised and ready to start that search immediately. Again, we're weighing our options with consulting firms, ongoing hiring for instructional staff. We have, as a result of the NWEA, we've pulled all our special teachers to tutor. So we're actively engaging our students in small groups with a level of intensity that allows them to really understand the topic that they're learning. We're finding that the whole group instruction is failing our students at a level that's showing these results, and so we really have to hone in on small groups. And we're allocating our ESSER funds for building-wide training, as I stated before, with Teach Like a Champion. And then we're also looking into other forms of training like Linda Mood Bell for reading and reading comprehension training. Our data-driven decision-making, we're using the NWEA map, which is showing us great results as far as identifying those markers for students, conducting instructional PD, not only from outside trainers, but we're using our weekly meetings every other week to hone in on targeted areas like exit tickets or small things that teachers can fine tune in their classrooms. We are continuing to monitor and evaluate students, student portfolios, having teacher-student conferences throughout the academic year to get our students more involved and taking ownership into their learning. And we're assessing the impact of our PD on our teaching practices, outcomes, and comparing student strengths and deficits on our training topics. So our plan is to continue to modify, evaluate, and work towards developing our teachers to be masters at their craft. Our college and career readiness goes to our curriculum. We researched and secured one that will, like I said, Open Court works very well with NWA and other science of reading programs that are out there that we're looking to do a building-wide training on, and we made sure that our curriculum would support those types of trainings. We're expanding our use of digital resources. We are technically pretty rich at Ridgeview. We've had great success with grants. This year we added smart boards, but all of our students have computers to take home and carts in the classroom so that they're able to be college ready to learn how to use computers to their advantage. However, we are finding that it's not so much the technology, it is the hands-on show and tell teaching that needs to happen intently in the classroom, which is why we're really focusing on the instruction and getting more instructional tutors into the classroom with our funds. So we've kind of diverted a little more of our attention in that area as opposed to creating more opportunities for different types of technology. Another area is diversity and inclusion. We have an active PTO this year, which has been a struggle through COVID developing one, but we have a great PTO. We're looking to continue to grow that. We have regular informational sessions for our parents with school programs, Title I updates, and involvement in the classroom. We will continue to develop more opportunities for community and parents to become actively involved in the lives of their students in our building. And that leads us to a building that we need to grow. We are currently housed in a facility that is pretty much at its capacity, which does not really allow us to expand a lot of our programs. And we have been actively looking to seek a new facility. And this plan, the last category, does not show 25, 26, but this plan does run through 26. That we have strategically looked at the areas that we need to hone in on to move our students academically. I've also included different exhibits in the submission. The first one showing a teacher survey so that you'll see that we are truly seeking the feedback from our teachers on the curriculum that they're using, modifying according to their feedback, what is helpful, what is useful. From this first survey, we saw that some of the concerns from our teachers really are letting us know that we need to train them further on what they do have, because some of the areas of concern are actually available in the curriculum. Exhibit B is our school-wide bell schedule that shows you that for this year we've scheduled time for small groups, centers. At the end of the day, you'll see at every grade level we have what's called win time, what I need. That is specialized tutoring. We've noticed over the years that many of our students have difficulty staying after school for tutoring and even sports because of transportation. So we have to try to put as much as we can in the daytime to address those shortcomings. And we've done that with our bell schedule as well. And where you see specials now, there is additional tutoring that is taking place. So those specials have been put on hold because we are at a triage point of trying to get our students beyond that bubble of learning. With Exhibit C, it is only a draft of an end-of-year parent survey that is being finalized with our marketing team so that we can get feedback from our parents as well. And then the very last one that was submitted to you was a schedule of PD that has been happening with our students, our staff, since August. You'll notice that at the beginning of the year, we set aside 7 to 10 days before students arrive, and we have a series of workshops from curriculum to behavior, supplemental material, and other trainings that our teachers are responsible for knowing. And we continue those trainings throughout the year, updates on curriculum, updates on behavior management, updates on teaching like a champion, because that is what we want in our classrooms for our students. In my conclusion, as far as our three-year program is, our three-year plan is concerned, I do want to note that I took the time to really search and see what is the average, what is the length of time growth occurs in a Title I area for a population like ours. And there is no timeline. Research does offer enhancement for growth based on proven strategies with 3 components: collaboration, data-informed decision-making, and continued monitoring and evaluation. And those are all components of our 3-year plan. And of course, our 3-year plan is really longer than 3 years. These are things that we will always do. But what has been noted in the Linda and Bill Gates journal that they issue is that sustained and long-term commitment from educators, administration, policymakers, family, and community is required to make improvement in areas such as Gastonia and where Ridgeview is housed. And in closing, I'd just like to once again state that the plan is in play. It is not a knee-jerk reaction to a non-renewal. We have been strategically planning growth and training for our staff to move our students forward. We are working with a population that is very transient and that is coming from failure at low-performing schools in the area. So we have our work cut out for us, and we are passionate. We do want to make learning contagious. We want our students to be everything they aspire to be, but we just need the time to implement this plan and prove to you that Ridgeview is worth saving. So, thank you. I do have Dr. Sanders here, who has a letter that was submitted to Ms. Paquero, but if you would just indulge her to read it to you, it's from one of our parents.
Thank you. This letter is from Ashley Paquero. It's dated January 29, 2024, from the Office of Charter Schools here in Raleigh. I'm a parent of a 5th grade student who enrolled at Ridgeview Charter School this fall. After moving here from Georgia in 2021, she was assigned to a Gaston County elementary school. There was some difficulty enrolling her because although the Board of Education assigned her to that school, the school contacted me and informed me that they couldn't provide the type of services that my daughter needed. However, after a little back and forth, she was still assigned to Woodhill Elementary School. She was in second grade and had an IEP in place. My daughter is on the spectrum and has an intellectual disability. While at Woodhill Elementary, she was suspended numerous times due to her meltdowns, putting her further and further behind. There weren't regular IEP meetings, maybe 2 in 2 years. During her 4th grade year, that school didn't even have an exceptional child teacher in the building. I was lost as to what to do to try to help my daughter excel regardless of her disabilities, so I enrolled her in Ridgeview Charter School. Although I was nervous at first because of her inability to adapt to change, I had no choice but to find a school that had exceptional child services so my child could thrive. It turned out to be the best decision I've made when it comes to her education. Her 5th grade teacher as well as the exceptional child teachers are great. I finally had a very thorough IEP meeting that fits my child's needs. Since being at Ridgeview, my daughter has developed intellectually, behaviorally, and socially in such a short time. Though this may not mean much to others, she has gotten up in front of her entire school and led the Pledge of Allegiance and received a Student of the Week award. In the past, doing those things was unheard of. My story is just one case that proves how Ridgeview Charter School is an asset to the community. I'm sure there are others. I plead with your committee to allow Ridgeview Charter School to remain open. Otherwise, the students in this community will suffer greatly. Respectfully submitted, Ramika Glover.
Thank you.
Just to clarify that, we did receive that to the office, but that, it was not my daughter. But we have forwarded it to the board, so you all have received any parent, letters that we receive on behalf of the charter renewal schools.
So good afternoon. I am Colleen Samuels, and I am the board chair for Ridgeview Charter School. I have been on the board since its inception, prior to the awarding of the charter, and I continue to serve first as a board member, then interim chair, and now I am the chair of the board. In listening to my principal, she's done a great job of pulling together the statistics. But as everyone knows, statistics don't always tell the whole story. What we have is a school designed from the inception for a low-income community, a community that desperately needed something different. Kids who had been in low-performing schools, transient students coming in and out. I work in New York. I am an attorney in New York. I see lots of parents who want to move to the South. They fight hard to get to the South. And then when they get here, they realize that things are very different. The resources are not available. The schools are not always responsive. Not that New York is much better, because we have our issues with New York. But that being said, that's why the school came about, because we wanted to make a difference. It's very important that this board understand that this is not, we didn't take this on lightly. We understood the challenge of what we were doing, and we understood that we would need time. Now, what we didn't see was the pandemic. We did not see that. That added a whole other layer to what we were trying to do. And by the way, I live in North Carolina. I only work in New York. So I have loyalties to North Carolina. That being said, let's get back to the business at hand. Our students need reliability. Our students need commitment. Our students need to know that we are there for them at all times. While the statistics do not necessarily bear out what we are doing academically, What we also have to support are their emotional needs. We currently have a therapist on staff, which we're desperately needed because in the first year of our existence, all we dealt with were students with severe emotional needs who were not being serviced in other areas. So we had to take care of that first before we could teach them. We needed to organize. We needed to get ourselves on a plan. Our principal has put together that plan for the next 3 years, but as she mentioned, it didn't just start because of this. It started when we realized the population we were dealing with, when people were moving in and out, where students were coming in the middle of the year who barely knew how to, they barely knew their alphabet. And here we were trying to teach them at second grade level or third grade level. And we had students who really needed social and emotional help, as well as an advanced curriculum, as well as tutoring. So we're working on all of those fronts. Now, the one thing about Ridgeview is academically behind. Yes, we know that. But we are financially sound. We have a board of governance that we watch those dollars. We watch where they go. We watch what they're doing with them. We're making sure that every penny that is spent in Ridgeview is spent on our students, is spent on improving our students, is spent on areas that we are looking forward to expanding. We started out with a goal of having multiple languages in our school. We still have that goal. We're looking right now to move forward academically, bring our students up to par, and then give them something extra. We can't do that if you shut us down. We can't. And our students desperately need that. They need that beacon of hope. That's what Ridgeview is. More so than our statistics. We are hope. This butterfly, this is my mantra, so to speak. My butterfly of hope. Everything I do is centered on that. That today is only one day. It's only one day in our future. But tomorrow will be better. And that's what we're working on. We have our board. We're working together with our board. And we're trying to do the best we can to guide our principal and our teachers into making the right choices for our students. We need time. That is what we're asking for. We need time to be able to remain that hope for the future for our population, to make sure that our students have a place to come. You know, one of the incentives that we've talked about, not so much politically correct, but just so everyone is aware, we have our PTO, and we have our students who, every little kid dreams of playing for the NBA. Every little kid dreams of playing for the NFL. We're developing sports programs to get our students moving, to get them invested in their education, because without it, you can't play sports. And you really want that. You want that shot, you want that chance, you want that choice. So that's what we're doing. We're doing a lot of different things on different fronts. We bought a bus to get our kids to our after-school activities. We want to make sure that they have fun in addition to learning. We want to make sure that parents don't have to worry about what's going to happen, how their children are going to get home. We had to work out so many difficulties with trying to get students to come to school. The very first day, Principal Williams and I, we drove around and picked the kids up. We brought them to school. They didn't have a way to get to school. But we made it happen because we believe in what we're doing. And we believe that this is going to make a difference in our community. This is going to make a difference in our population. We want our children to be successful. There are some that are born with parents who value education. We have a large population of parents who never benefited from education. So they don't see the value of it for their children. So we have to teach the parents and then teach the children. So this is what we're trying to do. It's not about statistics. It's not about a failing school. It's about what we're doing for the community and what we plan to do for the community. So for this, I ask that we get time. When you make your decision, don't just make it on statistics, but look at what we're doing. Look at what we hope to do. And look at what we plan to do. Thank you.
We're up against time now. I'm going to turn it over for CSRB members for any questions or comments that you may have from the members of Ridgeview.
I have a question. What are some of the reasons why the kids are transient?
As Attorney Samuel stated, we have a lot of people moving into Gastonia, and then they decide not to stay. We also have a lot, well,
What reasons are they giving for not?
are they giving? It's either too different from what they've accustomed to, or they found jobs in Charlotte. So many of them are moving to Charlotte, which is a much longer commute. And then we have those who, their children are staying with different people, and they may end up somewhere too far away from us. Many of them come back during the school year. We've had them leave and return. So we have the homelessness issue, we have the relocation due to jobs, and we have, those are primarily the two reasons.
We also have foster care placements.
Yes, we do.
We have children who've been removed from their parents, who are now in a different school district, who are coming back. There are so many different things happening in our families that we have to be cognizant of what they are going through while we try to build this curriculum and try to move forward for them. You asked a very good question, because this is what we see all the time. Parents coming in with expectations. Those expectations are not being met, so they move on. And it harms their children ultimately, but they don't see that.
I have a quick question. The survey you have in here that you presented to the teachers, my question is, when did they answer this? And then the answers are pretty telling about how they feel about the reading curriculum. So what is or what was the reading curriculum, and then what are the plans to change that?
It's the new open court reading curriculum that they're responding to, because this is our first time using it, and we wanted to get a temperature. So we took it around the holiday, on the return back in January.
Oh, this year?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes. And like I said, they've only had one semester to really use it.
Okay.
What it also tells me, though, is that there are parts of the curriculum they're not using. Because many of the areas that they're saying it's lacking, it actually has.
Okay.
So we need to do more training.
Have they had letters training?
Not as a collective group.
Okay.
Yes. And that was one of the trainings that is on if it's not on that calendar, we were looking to put that on there this semester. Mhm.
When did you open up?
We opened the fall of 2019.
2019?
Yes.
And did you open, this was your second application also, didn't you apply once and get turned down and came back again?
Yes.
Okay. And when you opened up in 2019, you didn't ask for a delay or anything, you opened up on time?
We did. We talked about my delay because my husband died, and I chose not to delay.
So then you opened up 2019, pandemic hit, so you had to, we never used the pandemic as an excuse, but you had to deal with that when you opened up also, correct?
That's correct. Mhm.
In hindsight, when you going through your application process and you opened up the first year or two, what would you have done different now that you've been here, 4 or 5 years?
I would have been more proactive about having open houses to really get the parents vested into the school. That first year, we suffered a enrollment loss due to the fact that parents were literally, and we sent letters to the office that year, I don't know if you recall that, where they were getting letters from the Gastonia district saying that they were truant because they were not enrolled in their home school, which put a lot of fear in those parents, and we went from 300 enrolled to 165 in 1 week. And we almost lost our school that first year because we didn't get our second drop of money. At that point, we partnered with a consulting firm that gave us a bridge loan, and we partnered with them for a few years to advise us. We ended that partnership last year, but what I would do differently would have been to secure our enrollment better, do more proactive measures to keep our students there, and educate the parents on what a charter school is. I didn't realize the myths and the misunderstandings about enrollment and what a charter school is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have currently 5 board members?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to make sure Mrs. Samuels is here. Is there any other board member here or online?
No, sir.
When's the last time your board met?
January 27th? A week,
Your
a
website-
Saturday
your
ago.
website only has meetings up until August of 2023.
That should,
Should not be.
It shows dates for meetings, but there's no minutes of the meetings. They stop in August. You just might need to go back and check, make sure that.
yes, sir,
Yes.
because they are submitted to our webmaster every month. Yes. We check that. That's on there.
I hear your passion.
Yes.
I see it. There's a lot of things that go into a great school beyond just test scores. All of us who run schools know that that's true. But your academic performance is well behind the local LEA, 35 points behind.
Mm-hmm.
And your school is on life support between now and a vote in March. And only 1 board member showed up. I'm disappointed in that. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
I'm perplexed as well, because as of yesterday, I was told that they would be here, so.
You and your staff are in there every day, working with these kids, working with the teachers. At the end of the day, though, it's those 5 people who own that charter, not you, and not your staff.
And you know, we don't really have a reason why these folks didn't make it here. We're assuming they're on their way. We all came individually, separately. We didn't come together. So, but we do have very regular board meetings. We always make sure that everybody's there. I'm not sure why they're not here today. But I will tell you that in terms of governance, we are on top of the school. And we understand that we own the charter, and we understand the responsibility. You know, I made sure I was here, because that's all I can do for,
And
you know,
I thank you
I'm
for
just
being
here.
here.
But as for the rest of the folks, I tell you, we work hand in hand. I don't have any complaints about them. As I said, I have no idea what happened. But this is unfortunate for us, but it doesn't change what we need to do. It doesn't change what we need to do. I know it gives you doubt, but it doesn't change what we need to do. We are a school that is, we've managed to do, we're clean. No audits, problems, no financial problems. We have a good board of governance. We just don't have the folks here today.
Ms. Williams, do you have any teacher positions that are currently open?
We do. We have a 5th grade teacher position that is currently open. And that just occurred over Christmas break.
Do you have any positions that are filled by substitutes?
Middle school math, middle school science. By a long-term sub.
Did you say how many students you had currently?
We have 307.
And do they all still have a hotspot at home?
We have hotspots available if they need them. So I haven't had any requests this year.
I've got a question to the board here. Have you experienced the issue of your students getting notices that they're truant from the public school system in the past? Is that a somewhat common occurrence, or?
If it's more than 10 days of unexcused, I believe that that would be caught, and then someone here sends out a notice to those parents.
No, but
To
apparently.
answer your question, typically what will happen is, once records have been requested from my school to wherever that student may be coming from, then all attendance records from that other school end as soon as the transfer of that student records made. So to answer if it's typical, no.
Okay, so was there a failure to request those records early on?
No, those truancy letters went out before school began. So on day one of school, we lost over 100 parents.
Did they start before you all did?
No, they did not.
So how are they sending truancy?
I have a letter from a parent that I forwarded to the Office of Charter Schools where she was asking the principal of a particular elementary school to stop calling her and to stop putting notices on her door. So what they were doing was putting notices on the door, telling folks that they were truant. That she was going to charge them with harassment if they did not stop. And I did forward that to the Office of Charter Schools to say, they owe me money, really, because the parents weren't truant. Yet they've taken parents away, and they owe me that money back. That's how I felt at the time, because we were going to suffer financially because of that loss. So it was a scare tactic. That's what it was.
Other questions or comments? Again, we're not making a decision today. We'll be making a decision presumably in March, as that's the current schedule.
Okay, I appreciate your time today. And again, the work we were doing just requires more time, and I believe those students deserve it and should have it for their own futures. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming.
Okay, that wraps up today's agenda. Before we adjourn for the day, Ashley, anything from the offices you want to share?
No.
Okay. With that,
We're good.
we shall adjourn. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Yes, we're good.